don't wanna cry. Wanna cry.
Or no, Amano actually slipped away from the sniper, is on the Pale Rider, hoping that the mid-range DPS is going to help him out here. But it's not working out so far. We still see a lot of red in the kill feed.
Yeah, now we're going to see Chaotic go down. We're going to see, okay, literally every single person. Please, stop!
DPS is coming on in, trying to find the opening. Chaotic going to be rushing into the enemy lines a little too forward because he's going to get taken out. Arrow with a couple of shots though with the Gundam. Faded in return. Chaotic at the Elias system. Is it going to be used?
From the sky, that was beautiful. Or the push of IQ, no David means that there's a lot of offensive potential, but just going into walls, I don't even know if that hit anything. Getting into the air is going to be nice. Being able to pick up devotion as well. Chaotic making the plays here.
Really unexpected. And the revive can't even happen because the beat is pushing up on the high ground. Does get traded in return, but the damage coming out with focus, finalizing a lot of these kills on the Ashamar is going to give them the point on the second attempt.
And this was a lot slower.
G maneuver, and it's going to be activated. Doesn't find a lot. Focus, Mr. Big Large is going to get taken out. Arrow following up with the Hades to try and answer back, and the damage coming in. Saris goes down. Arrow pushing forward, just beaming all the kids in the head, and they're taking the high ground.
Off the point, Red Protocol can't even fly away because that will end the extra time. I don't know if any players are close enough. Nostalgia is going to get the overhead grab, and there are going to be a few players now coming back from last second, but this is going to be a brawl. Nobody on either side is going to have either of their full team members. Oh, and here we go. The butterfly is available.
Last second doesn't seem to be there, and Saris actually comes up from the depths of hell to commit even further into this fight. IQ looked like they're in a position to take A once it unlocks.
Oh, that Amano Hades is probably going to guarantee it. We've seen the Amano Hades take out so many players, and this is not going to be an exception. Pearl popping that Screaming Nimbus is going to chunk a lot of the enemy team. Amano just trying to get away, but it looks like on the other side, there was a really great counter G maneuver from Saris using those funnels, and that is going to be most of the side of Last Second.
It's an option, but there's a lot of G maneuvers across the board. Saris pops the funnels and does Moonbeam Butterfly, but Nostalgia again gets taken out by the Alias system.
Almost.
Hey, it deals the damage and it pushes IQ away, so they're continuing to push IQ back into essentially their spawn, giving them very little space to deal with. Chaotic goes down to David, and Kelsagan is there to...
We need to see the Barbados 1v. ones between the previous two teams, the sniper 1v1. Oh, between these two teams, that's a pick for sure. Thanks for proving my point, Carl Sagan. But the G maneuver on the other side activated immediately goes to nothing. That's going to add so much time for them. If they can get everybody else off site, this is going to be their round. But there's going to be both ways, the kills and the retake from Mafty. But there's only one player left up on the side of IQ.
Stay put on the bridge.
They've got one final push here. X-Men is going to lead the charge, but only at 50% HP just going into this. And it looks like everybody on the back line is going to melt immediately. Focus taking out two. The V-Nenders cleaning up the rest of them. Stuff from the defensive side. Looks like we're getting it back again, but it looks like the push may go to B this time, and it definitely has already.
But Nox is turning things around despite being able to get the Mega Charge down onto point B. Nox with that Trans Am finds maybe the fourth kill in just a moment, narrowly missing that out, but they will be able to pick that one up onto Victus in with that dive. But again, Zabi versus Zabi this time around, Exponent will be the first one to fall, and this looks like a good hold now coming out from Bozos, only losing out on their Dom. Mr. Big Large has his Ash Smart Punch, but it doesn't even matter. They finally touched a point at the end there, but we'll see. Fusion Blackie ends up going down. That's going to be Blue Jay coming in with a Trans Am. He doesn't have a health pack here, but he's still chasing one more down. Throw, but he will go down. It's going to be David, though, finding one more as Enders gets that nade in to take out Offlight. And what a beautiful hold coming off with our defense.
Yeah, and so almost getting that health pack just to barely stay up, but same thing with the robot, both of them just not quite getting what they want. That was an aggressive chase. That's going to be 3 ticks, and there's only 3 people up on the side of skill issue, and that's slowly going to turn into less. And now there's only about 1 person ready to challenge. It's going to be the Trans Am, though, going to get 1 pick, but only 1. We are still going to see the Methods, but that's the entire team.
Himself some health, and that's going to be the second tick coming in for skill issue.
Yeah, oh, nice avoidance from Amano, not getting jumped on. That can be pretty well reacted to if you're ready for it, but look at this, G maneuver into G maneuver, and that is going to be so many players on the side of Bozos going down.
G maneuvers available, never mind just the one as Nitro Genocide goes down. Trans Am is up, they've got the Unicorn ulti as well. They might be able to just finish this one off without it. 15 seconds remaining, and that was huge coming out from. We're able to answer it back. They've almost popped all of their G maneuvers as well. Amano with a nice little shot there on a Victus. Maybe another knock coming out from Blue Jay.
Yeah, Mono still just, oh my gosh. Okay, just immediately going down over there. Maybe a little bit of overcommitment, going against two very strong close range suits right there. But then while they lost the Victus for a little bit, of course, just brought them back up. But this might give enough time. Oh my gosh, on the Exia too, that's huge.
Yeah, Amano is doing so much right now. That's going to be another one going down. There's a third. Amano cannot be stopped. The third tick actually comes on in. The Screaming Nimbus is a little bit late, but they're going to try and engage with that, and he ends up somehow surviving. What just happened there? It was like sheer force of will to keep him on there, and he does end up going down. But here's Gasman now to clean things up at the end of the fight, but someone is still on point. They do end up giving away 3 ticks, but the defense will hold. Gasman pops his G maneuver, finds one. We'll see if he can get a little bit more. Nox is backing up as well, but again, they have to start playing around the defense here, but they end up going down. Dark Infestor now charging forward. He doesn't have his heal. He will have it now in time to keep his team topped off. But a huge punch from Nitro Genocide as the time ticks away.
G maneuvers at the ready on the defensive side. The attackers have used up so many of theirs, though. I don't know if it's going to be able to get traded and countered out.
Almost every single team in any of these tournaments take that A point. It's inevitable, but so many teams have fallen at this particular choke.
Yeah, this is really where the game begins. A nice pick from Royal Fat Man, and the team is pushing on in.
Going to be tough for them to fully hold this. They move forward. Okay, this is going to be a huge delay at least. We're going to see 2 suits, 3, 4 suits, 5 suits taken down. Oh my gosh! gosh!
Killer Brothers also finding a kill. You can see on the left side, but Boot Diggle's trying to come in and trying to get the discharge, but here comes Jay Slay dropping down with the Sazabi. Heavy damage. Shield at the ready to not get taken out. It's going to be the Pale Rider as well, getting 3 kills in the kill feed to clear the area, defend the area.
That's actually incredible. They managed to get that disarm off. That was kind of a sneaky little option. This is also a tough one. You're so out in the open if you're trying to defuse here. Nice! The Hades gonna take down Fuerte, gonna take down Bone Skill, the Bone Kill. There are just so many. Yes, that is exactly what you want to get out of that G maneuver.
Want to overcommit onto that one. You don't want to get too antsy. Like, oh, I have my G maneuver. I need to use it right now. That's an easy way to sort of throw a lead that you have away. But Victus unlocks there as Hades takes down the opposing Gundam and swings down the lower side. Understands exactly where the attack is coming from. Finds the angles, finds the damage, and gets all of the kills. Even following up with the Hades. And you saw Killer Umbrellas on 6 HP with the Barbatos right in his face. But here it is going to be the Moonbeam G maneuver at the ready. This is such a strong position for it to be used, and it's the whole reason you could argue why this unit is picked. Not a lot of kills with it, but it's the damage and the DPS right now. But the angles aren't exactly there to be revealed. That's because they've been taking out so many members finally of IQ. IQ are falling away, and they're not even dying. They're just giving up this site. But Invictus wants to kill them, wants to take them out.
Take down 1, needs to get more than that. Jay Slay is going to take down Nox as well. That's their tank going down, but they just weren't able to get the more than even 1 kill with that Hades.
Yeah, the Red Protocol on the Ashamar is doing absolutely amazing work here. Takes very low, has to fall away, but is able to retreat to a position where a med pack is. And is also able to get the revive. No, Tilter is there to try and at least make it a full 1-for-1 trade. But now Red Protocol does finally Merle with the Screaming Nimbus, now waiting for the health pack to respawn for him to get that HP back up into territory they can come back and approach. But Invictus here swinging on in with his Hades activated, dealing a lot of damage, doing a lot of work for skill issue. Someone to get onto the Mega Charge.
But going down without getting a chance to use it. But still only 4 seconds left, and there's just so much chasing. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get that pickup. The arm is going to go off just barely on B, but there's just too many people here. Gasman at 50%, trying to disarm, is going to get it off just barely in time. I'm saying wrong on that, but I do think so. And they've switched completely. Yeah, there's so many different switches. The flexibility of this team, and there's the first sniper pick, Red Protocol, and 2 from Red Protocol. Killer Umbrellas.
Again, maybe temper your aggression just a little bit. But that's going to be Killer Umbrellas swinging around the Ashamar. Good aggressive maneuver, and then the bone kill as well.
Once again, sniped out of the air, I think. Red Protocol, though, finally going down. However, there are just so many players down with 10 seconds left. We need to see somebody make it to the point, and I don't even know if anybody's close enough. Oh, the counter push is just going to add insult to injury, and that is going to be that.
LANFest is community. LANFest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANFest is gaming. Come join LANFest.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Breakout Series Event number 3, presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. It's the first event of Season 3, and I'm super pumped to be back. I, of course, am EGP Wonder Chef, joined once again after a short break by James Jamerson Lee, and we're super happy to have you back, man. I missed you.
Yeah, I missed you too, man. And you and Cameron did absolutely fantastic last time around. It was great catching up with those VODs, and I'm super excited about this weekend's event.
Me too. We had, of course, some really big mix-ups as usual with all the teams last time around, and we're going to have some as well today. But if you didn't get a chance to see the previous events, we do have some statistics that we can check out to see what maps were picked a little bit more and who is doing better overall in the standings. Of course, this is leading into the Pilot Academy, so all of these points will be leading to the final tournament at the end for $20,000. But what do you think about these map picks and bans over this season?
I mean, I know that we got to see Flag 4 for grand finals last time around, but it's still so surprising that it's such a low pick rate overall. I can understand it. You know, some teams can find themselves kind of struggling on that first point, but I feel like Flag 4 is such a great map. And surprisingly enough, maps like Harbor City, Quarry, those are the ones that, like, you know, especially Quarry. When I'm playing Quarry on in just regular matchmaking, that feels like one of the most difficult maps to play. But yeah, it's been a huge surprise.
Yeah, it really just flipped everything on its head, and I personally, too, miss Flag Fort. I feel like watching the teams playing Flag Fort was a really cool test of their just overall skills. But we did get to see some quality trading posts. As soon as you were not here, we saw quite a bit of it last time, so that was exciting. But we'll see what happens today. Of course, we have Mafty as our 2-time champions. They will be back. Maybe we can take a look at who we actually have around this time, which, of course, as usual, will be very deceiving in today's bracket, because we have a bunch of teams that we have seen before, but with different players on them. And I'm officially, okay, community, it's so hard to figure out who's on whose team every freaking week now. Everybody switches around so much, but I'm excited to see a lot of these teams back. Like, for example, Mafty is back with the addition of Nox. That's going to be very scary. Casino's back after taking a 1-week break, so they're just adding more and more killers to their roster. IQ is not back, but some of the IQ players that were in IQ in the previous event are now in Last Second, which is a mostly different team completely. A very, very scary team. There are a lot of really, really killer teams overall. And despite the fact that we've seen Team Mafty, I would say, pretty much dominate the previous 2 events, I think that with some of the roster shifts, if these teams can play well together, we're going to have one of the most competitive tournaments that we've had.
I mean, quite possibly, or we might be seeing Mafty on the verge of a three-peat here. And honestly, with the way that they've played over the last few events, and especially their performance in the last grand finals matchup, I mean, it's going to be so difficult to try and take them down, especially with the addition of Nox. That's absolutely insane.
I know. They really don't. They like have enough to field like the top 2 teams. I'm actually surprised that there's not like a version 2 of their team. But let's see if we maybe can take a look at the bracket. We do have 9 teams today. Okay, it looks like maybe we won't have the bracket, but we should have, like I said, 9 teams today. A lot of returning players. There we go. That we're going to be used to seeing. Mafty is actually, I think this might be slightly off, unless I am totally wrong here, but Yeah, Mafty will be playing against Iron-Blooded Orangutans. Yeah, it was just the other team that was playing before that match. So that will be our first stream match up on top. However, Allies is down in the losers bracket already. And I'm excited to see that because we haven't seen Iron-Blooded Orangutans on broadcast before. And then we've got Sotoras and Skill Issue, a very different Skill Issue than we've seen. Tekka Dynasty finally coming back after a week break with, again, of course, some roster changes. Going against Portland Deathsiders and Last Second, who is pretty much a completely different team up against Portland Burnsiders. So I'm excited to see the duo of the Deathsiders and Burnsiders back again for another week too.
Yeah, again, just looking at this, just Mafty should be knocking it out of the park today. We'll see. I'm glad that we get to actually start off with them. I believe if that's the first match that we're going to be seeing, but just to give everyone that's new to the scene kind of a small little sneak peek at what we'll be seeing throughout tomorrow.
Yeah, they are, I would say almost without a doubt, the favorites to win. But as we're waiting for the picks and bans, we're going to be going pretty soon into this first match. I just got to point out, so Team Last Second, last time around, they were there were a few I guess stragglers that were not playing on the Tekka team that particular week, along with some other players that were not on any particular team. They just wanted to play in the tournament. This time around, though, I know it's not one of our current matches, but I just want to everybody to look forward to this because they are, it is a bunch of all-star names. So they've got Gasman, they've got Blue Jay, Evictus, Be Their Shield, Exponent, Tazim, who I haven't seen for I don't even know how many weeks it's been, but I'm super excited to see return to him. Fusion Blackie and Mr. Big Large. So that is some of the players from IQ, some of the players that were on Last Second before, some of the players that were on I think some of the players are on Skill Issue. I don't know. It's just, again, it's another all-star team. So that might be our best chance to see who can take them down. But like I said, first it's going to be, of course, Iron-Blooded Orangutans. They are a team that has been on or in these tournaments for the past 2 or 3 events, and they just haven't been able to be on broadcast. So I'm very excited to watch them play. One of the previous events, they actually had an unfortunate issue with their roster with one of their players. They had to play a 5v6 for their first match, and they did it. And then they kept playing. And then I think they actually had to drop down to a 4v6 in their next set of the tournament. But hey, they played through it. That shows, I think, a lot of great competitive spirit and sportsmanship, TBH.
Yeah, I mean, overall for me, it's just kind of evoking the image of maybe a Beast Wars-esque Gundam, with Iron-Blooded Orangutans is something that's always kind of intrigued me. So I'm excited to at least cast their matches. It's going to lend itself to some good fun wordplay at the very least. But I mean, they have their work cut out for them. Like you said, there is only one real roster, though, that we're looking forward to, unless we get some big surprises. I mean, we do typically get to see the kind of level up effect that these events do have as the weeks go on, as the teams get more experience, they get better and better. And it's typically not as easy for the teams that are absolutely just kind of dominating. But Mafty, I mean, with a 3-0 victory in the last grand finals and in the manner that they did it, it's going to make it difficult. But like you said, that one roster looks absolutely stunning too.
Yeah, the other thing too is that we do have so many roster switches over the course of every single tournament. I would say about 50% of the teams are almost completely different every single time. But Team Mafty, ever since the the official Gundam Evolution tournament, the $20,000 tournament, they have had essentially the same roster. They haven't really lost too many people. They've only added people on and then had them play in to get more experience in these tournaments. So they've really kept consistent with their team on top of everything else, which is just okay, you got everything going for you. But we are now going to get into the picks and bans here, the first of the day. And it looks like the first ban from Team Mafty is going to be Corey.
Ooh, okay. So Corey taking out of the pool. I'm kind of surprised about that one, especially with how largely it's been picked up. And then the next ban coming in, that's going to be Harbor City. So the 2 maps that we talked about during the stats page, one of the more popular ones so far of this year, already banned down. And our first map coming in from Team Mafty is going to be Thermal Plant. And that's a kind of scary proposition for IBO.
Oh, double domination. Throw a plant into Mountain R&D Lab. This is a lot of confidence from both teams and Colony Trading Post. So I think the 3 banned out maps that we were seeing right now are the 3 most picked from the previous event in particular. Oh, wait, looks like we might... No, that is the correct one. The 3 most picked are now gone. Flag Fort banned out as well, which, of course, I want to see it. But Underground Command Center as the decider, but we'll see if we can get to that. Like you said, this could be very tough for Team IBO against Mafty because they have been so good at just each little individual skirmish fight on all of the domination missions that we've seen.
Yeah, when it comes to just, 6v6 team fight kind of coordination, Mafty has some of the best kinds of team coordination when it comes down to it. Their G maneuver discipline is absolutely fantastic. Typically, they don't overuse, and they know how to chain these G maneuvers together for team fight after team fight after team fight to make sure that they can absolutely secure the victory. So 2 domination maps, but IBO actually picking the second one. That's the big surprise, especially after seeing that first round pick coming out from Team Mafty.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't know how IBO plays, so I guess we'll get a chance to see. But while we get these players set up, we are going to be taking a short break so that we can get ready to get into the game. But we're going to get right into it as soon as we get back, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with game number 1 of the series event number 3 right after this. And game number 1 of Mafty versus Ironblood Orangutans will be taking us to Thermal Plant, starting off with domination. And one of the biggest things I'm already seeing that I wanted to mention in Season 3. Take it away.
Yeah, we've got the double Hyperion coming in from either side. So these guys swiping immediately to get that one on in. And I'm really excited about this, especially with the kind of lack of tanks in the current meta right now, or excuse me, in the current roster pool. So no Sazabi's coming up from either side as we load on up. It's going to be an ace side. First pick, 9 blows on the, on that Pale Rider for now, but you can see that shield is up from either Hyperion, but it's going to be Mafty on point first.
They are already taking a great spot. Carl Sagan on the melee, or sorry, this is the range Zaku. I'm saying melee, which just does so much damage and did get that little bit of a buff. And right now you can see just melting the competition. Gonna get 3 downs at least. And that is going to be for sure a strong take on A initially for Mafty.
Yeah, I've been loving seeing the Zaku range kind of coming out from Mafty, and honestly, they're one of the few teams that were actually running that in the past few events so far on this map in particular. It's absolutely strong. The quarters that you're able to play around with that Zaku 2 range, Mafty already pushing them all the way towards their spawn right now as they have full, complete control. Only at about halfway in progress over that first point, but Casino ends up finding another pick as someone's trying to bum rush the point. 4 members are there, so it might actually swap on over there for them, but no, it's actually going to be a route over towards the B side to cut off the rotations going over towards C.
Yeah, that's really interesting to see. They didn't actually just preemptively set themselves up at C. They are holding the middle ground, and the fights on B can be very hectic. There's also just so many routes that they can just be cycling around. So it does look like Arrow will be taking out the Hyperion on the other side. We have yet to see the full effect, I think, of those shields. I'm really excited to see them soon, but here we go. Arrow just picking off some shots here. Nobody's really at C yet. This is a very strange fight.
Yeah, the point isn't going to unlock for another 15 seconds, so this is fine, especially with how Carl Sagan has been absolutely dominant on this Zaku 2 range. He's got the Heat Hawk Axe Slash ready here as he's been stunned up by that. Exia has to back away, but he's drawing attention away. His team has fallen back, and they will go ahead and capture A as Team IBL are just struggling to find any kind of foothold here.
This is tough. They are being held right now. Oh my, that was huge, 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 huge. Carl Sagan really just ripping up this entire team. I mean, of course, everybody playing their roles very well, but that's almost nearly a full team wipe. They are completely being held at their spawn. I don't even know if there's going to be a chance for anybody on the team of IBO to get onto C at this point.
Yeah, and at this point, I feel like if you're 9 blows on the IBO side, you just can't play the Zaku 2 ranged anymore. There's no more space for you to really move around. If they're pushing you all the way up to spawn, they know exactly where you are. And when there's a man like Focus on the field, well, he's going to be able to deal with you as well. Once again, pushing up, they do finally take a loss here as they end up losing out on Enders on that Hyperion Gundam. But Carl Sagan is still on the front lines as the Zaku 2 range and just pushing them completely back. That's going to be another clear. Now, as we go over to point A, it's all going to come down to one last fight.
Oh, but this fight isn't even happening on the point currently. It's happening way in front of it. This space control, honestly, is so good on the side of Mafty. And despite the fact that they're doing so well here, they are actually holding such a great forward movement. But here we go. The Screaming Nimbus is going to start off this first counter push. And we're going to see everybody going down the Hades as well. Arrow taking out 3 different suits. Arrow plus that Screaming Nimbus was enough to basically full team wipe. Only 1 left. The spot will unlock, and this will for sure be just a few seconds, I think, until this is over.
Yeah, and they need to run straight to the point. They need to get a body there before we hit that 100%. But Focus, he's got that Ashmar punch ready and willing to go, but no one's going to even get close to it. That's going to be Team Mafty taking the first round.
Oof, that was what we expected from Mafty. And once again, I will feel like I should remind everybody that despite how strong of despite how one-sided of a match that looked like, that is not to say that the other team is bad. That is just how Mafty has looked against every single team so far in every single bracket that they've played against. And now, of course, they're even stronger. And you can see the damage being led by Focus with that increased damage buff on the Ashmar Flame Grenade is a strange choice to me, a strange buff overall, but I think we're going to be seeing the Ashmars lead the damage pretty much all day today.
Yeah, but again, not to be outdone, Casino, the man of the Dom Trooper, just dominance there. Once again, 14,000, so just 1.5k off. And we know how well Casino can dish out the damage when he's on that Dom. I really do like the utilization of course, the newest unit so far here in Gundam Evolution with that Hyperion. Quick swap-offs, coming out from our squads onto that unit. I was surprised when we said we're going to go ahead and allow it for this event, but I'm really glad that we did.
Me too. I'm very excited to see just how the strong teams play with it, and it's for sure going to be huge here. It's very similar, I think, in like kind of the spacing that you want as Unicorn, which we are seeing as well, of course. Just when you get these giant death ball pushes, it just adds to it. But it looks like Mafty already has the high ground here, already going to be taking out Godzilla and 9 blows. This is going to be a tough spot to come back from. However, Carl-Sagan finally going down, maybe for the first time in the game.
Yeah, he does go down, but it's against one of the worst counters, really, for the Zaku 2 range, which is going to be the Dom Trooper. He's able to do the splash damage. He's able to go ahead and also focus you down with his right click when you're even in the smoke. So it's very difficult to try and disengage from him. But you can see as point B unlocks, it is going to be Enders on the point for his squad. You can go ahead and back away for now. Never mind. Casino on the retreat is able to just kite away from that Exia. Finds one more. So even though they are taking some losses on the Mafty side, they have regrouped from themselves. Casino finding one more and forcing Fear to go ahead and take himself out.
The high ground is too tough to fight here. I almost, just based on the way that we've seen all these fights go, I almost want to see IBO go to just the other side, even with like 25 seconds left. Just preemptively get in position, because Mafty, as usual, so good at getting in a high position, and they're just not able to ever fight back. And it's going to be another 3 suits down. Even Profi on the gym, which is a very exciting pick for me to see, has been doing a lot of work. I was actually just talking to somebody about how I don't think Jim is used very often in competitive. I've been proven wrong.
I mean, I feel like we haven't seen Jim since our first event way back, and it's for good reason, right? There's just so much utility on other units so far, but I do like the area that he can deny with just his basic abilities for now. But you can see now as the rotations are being made on over for A, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. The thermite grenade coming in finds 2 for Profi, and yeah, was not something that we were talking about. He was running in the first round as well, and he was a large contributor to their victory in there. And now look at that, he's got his G maneuver ready. Well, almost all the members of Mafty have their G maneuvers ready.
And this is going to be a bit of a regroup, I think, on... oh, no, look at Team IBO. They've got the regroup. They're pushing in. It feels like maybe they're missing one person there, but this is... immediately the Carl Sagan damage with the bomb and the double counter G maneuver to try to shut things down before they even start. And this is, again, almost nearly a full team wipe.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? Even though they ended up using 3 of their G maneuvers, you have to remember that for Zaku 2 range, his G maneuver is basically just another ability. You get it back so fast. Take a look at that. After using it, he's already at 36%. And so, in the grand scheme of things, really only utilized 2 G maneuvers there. Now for IBO, never mind. They end up losing out on Exia. They have the Trans Am ready to try and push in. And now, the next point, it's going to be B once again. And they do have, this time around... Man, things are not going well for them. I was just about to talk about the G maneuver coming out for the gun tank, which is another thing that we didn't get to really talk about here.
Well, I'm really excited. We might see the G maneuver coming out from Hyperion on the side of Enders, and that, oh, it's actually coming out, and we're seeing it. Oh, it's gonna at least grab 2 people. Just take them all around the corner. No way. It's just like, oh, excuse me, coming through. Oh, and that is such a strong G maneuver, but just get out of the way. We can see the effectiveness. Even honestly, that was like used very, very far away. It still worked out.
Yeah, point has unlocked, and once again, they need to get a body there, but looks like as extra time ticks away just at the last second. Iron-blooded orangutans do get someone on there, but they don't get any kills. It's only going to be 9 blows taking out Profi, but he's the sacrificial lamb for them, and that's going to be Mafty with a convincing 2-0 here on Thermal Plant.
Again, I don't want to underrate any teams or expect any teams are out of it, but just by the pure skill of Mafty, this is a little bit, I think, what we expected. However, I'm very excited that we've been able to see some very different suits, and I think a lot of these suits are the ones that have been buffed in this last patch. And I'll say, just for anybody out there who isn't as familiar with what this last patch did, for example, Jim got 100 more life, got an overall buff on the range of the knockback of the shield slam Slam, or whatever it's technically called, Shield Charge. We see the Zaku 2 range that Carl Sagan was just absolutely dominating on. It gets now back a bar of boost gauge when you use the smoke grenade. So when you use your invincibility, you can get away even faster. And then, of course, the Hyperion, which I was really excited to see Anders on. So we've got a lot of different changes. We'll see if they end up using those suits in the second map of the game. But before we do get to that, we're going to take a short break to get the players set up. And when we get back, we'll be right back into it. Don't go anywhere. Team Mafty is up 1-0 up against Iron-Blooded Orangutans in our first match of the day. And we are going to be moving to our second map, which will be Mountain R&D. This is going to be a tough road for IBO, but again, I'm just glad that we get to see what they can do.
Yeah, and not surprisingly, of course, Carl Sagan's going to be swapping off onto turn A Gundam, largely the same composition that we had in the last round here. But we do have 9 blows, almost matching in kind. Never mind, swapping over to the Ashamars. So we're not going to have a turn A. And this is one of those maps where turn A's G maneuver gets so much value on any points because of how it kind of deals with the ground.
It can absolutely, especially on B. Like when you see the B just flying over it, it can be disgusting. But here we go. We are going to see, of course, the newly buffed higher fire damage Ashimar that already does so well on this map continue to do well. But oh, immediately they're getting the double pick. And Fear 101 goes down. Roberito goes down. Bonzilla goes down. That is 5 out of 6. And 9 blows the last one up. Manages to get a pick before going down themselves. So, hey, you know what? Not a full 6 for 0, but a dominant position again for Mafty.
And for Mafty, I love this composition, especially when we know how strong the high ground is, in particular for A and C sites, because basically they're mirrored. And so you have so much control with Profi on the gym, along with focus, of course, on that Ashimar. And playing off these choke points, even though there's 3 ways of entry basically onto the sites, you have full control over Carl Sagan and Enders. They're going to go ahead and combine to go ahead and take out 9 blows, and that's not who you want going down. Your Ashimar needs to be the one that creates space for your squad.
Oh, just trying to fight in the backline, but Winslow finally going down. That can be a little bit of a cheeky spot, but I want to mention Enders on the Hyperion is such a cool pick. Enders more classically a left clicker, I would say, you know, using a lot of these like hit scan, like Pale Rider, for example, type units. But the fact that there's a tank that now has a gun that shoots in that fashion is super cool. I think we're going to see a lot of players playing more of a tank-ish role on, I guess, when we don't usually see them play that, which I think is exactly what we are seeing.
Yeah, I mean, as we swap on over to B, we're at least treated to being able to see B site this time around. And I feel like something might have changed in the algorithm and how that works. Instead of going AC, we are going over to B. 9 blows taking a lot of damage as he tries to peek on down. For Team Mafty, though, they are already in position to try and control the entryways. But Zilla going in, and he will be taken out by Nox. It's going to be the Exia v Exia battle here as Barbarito tries to chase after him. But no, he ends up losing out as Casino ends up showing up here, keeping him alive. The armor on Nox now as B unlocks, and it's of course going to go over towards Mafty right now. 9 Wolves have to be careful on the retreat. Nox is here, and he gets right back on out. They only end up losing out on 1, and that's Casino falling, but they have so many G maneuvers on the line that they can effectively fight 5v6.
When we do see once again the Lancer here potentially going to fly some people into the air. If anybody hasn't seen that yet, that is just one of the funniest things that you could possibly see. I think honestly Enders is fishing for it. That's a really far forward hold, and they don't necessarily need to hold quite that far forward. There's only 19 seconds left, but okay, 9 blows using that G maneuver again. You know, even if they had won that fight, it might not have been worth it to use that, as we need to move already basically over to C. They would have only gotten about 5% off.
Yeah, it's as easy as ABC. I'm glad we get to see all 3 points of the first round here. They do end up pushing up once again, but this duo of tank and kind of off tank with Profi on that gym sniper have been absolutely great to see. Enders, whenever his shield cooldown is down, Profi ends up swapping out with him, taking the front line with that giant gym shield. We do have the gym versus gym battle here, both missing the shield bash, but you know what? Enders is here to try and help him out. Grey Wolf's taking a lot of damage as well. There's the gym ultimate going down, and now Casino charges forward. The screaming Nimbus, the punch, everything being utilized here by Team Mafty. Now Carl Sagan will be able to finish things off with that Moonlight Butterfly as well, but I don't even know if they need it.
I think that was actually 3 kills in 1 single hit from the side of Nox to close that out. Of course, they even had extra G maneuvers just on top of that. But wow, that is, I mean, this is a great map for Exia. It always has been. Back when we saw Exia on every single team, this was, again, a map that was just particularly good for it. There's all these mid-range, I guess you could say, lanes that make suits like Ashimar and Dom so strong, and any unit that has verticality. Same thing, I would say, for Exia in a different way, in a very, very different way, but that was just disgusting how that ended. You can see the damage once again, and I just don't understand how Casino hit so many shots, man. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the kind of experience that a lot of these players bring in, and in particular, we always talk about it. If you're coming from Quake or that kind of realm, the arena shooters, Dom is your guy, and Casino has shown extremely why. You know, being able to rock it, being able to have the hit scan as well, being able to play both projectile and hit scan is a skill that is extremely hard to refine, but he has been able to basically outclass most of the Doms or Dom players across our last few events.
Also one of the only players to really commit to Dom and basically only play Dom throughout these tournaments. Like a lot of times it's a flex player like Nox, for example, who's on their team as well. But already we see the high ground, and rushing that high ground is so important. You can see just how tough it is to fight against that, and already with that AoE damage and with that Casino too up there, this is tough.
Yeah, it's that double burn again. You can go ahead and pre-fire that one out, and now Profi, his shield's better. It might not be bigger, but it's definitely better. Prompting a change, actually. Fear 101, or 101st, actually, going on over to Zabi, and that's kind of surprising. You know, they were running a double tanks, basically, or were considering it, but Grey Wolves now swapping off onto the turn A Gundam. We'll see if maybe the Pierce damage can help deal with the Gym Sniper. Or excuse me, the Gym.
I mean, hopefully it will, or hopefully at least they'll be able to get that G maneuver. That could definitely deal with how tanky this comp can be. But whoa, actually just fighting from the form, from the transformed form. You very rarely see that, but great aim. Focus, of course, another one of those players that is really committed to their suits. And hey, we can see another flying Ashimar. Ashimar to Ashimar. Nice
the
grappling grenade.
dogfight's midair, not really going to take place quite yet. 9 Blows does have to back away to heal up, but Nox ends up taking out his counterpart once again. Right now, iron-blooded orangutans are finding it difficult just to get onto the points. It is going to be C, and so swapping on over there, and just, excuse me, A, so we're going to be swapping on over from side to side. Mirror matchup basically at this point. Profi ends up taking out Death God, and Nox will clean that one up. Profi has not gotten out of their faces quite yet, but you gotta know that you cannot go for that overhead throw when your gym is in the way.
Oh, that was so funny. It was just an inch away and they just shield slam. Get back there. No, get away from me. I don't want you to grab me. Yeah, I think you've gotten enough of the B point, right? You were so surprised to see it in the first game. It's like, no, we're probably never going to go back there again for the rest of the tournament. You know, we've seen enough. It's the daily limit.
Yeah, now they are going to try and push on to point A, but they've already lost out on 3. Nox picking that up along with Enders, and they will only be able to get 83% here, of course, and so we will get to be able to see the entire map once again as we go over to B here. Oh, Nox in the duels in the back. He does have the backup of the rest of his squad. It'll be good, as now it's going to be a full regroup from IBO. They're already kind of hinting at trying to go for the early rotate and try to cut people off. Enders, though, he's got to be careful. He does have Death God behind him, but it looks like he will be able to pick up one. Profi finally going down, but he's traded away.
Ooh, yeah, the fact that the Dom was in front of the Sazabi right there meant that they kind of went down in the reverse order that they wanted to. Of course, that mobility on that Dom can be really strong if you're within that single dash range, but that just meant that they just weren't quite where they wanted to be, and there's the Lancer! Oh, catching 2 units with it. Not into the air yet, still waiting to see that, but I still think it's one of the strongest G maneuvers in the entire game.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, especially when you have a Dom on it, right? So basically having a double Screaming Nimbus, it doesn't provide the same kind of utility that a Screaming Nimbus does, but, you know, double charge forward for a team to try and engage upon it. It's an extremely strong engage tool, as now we do have, it looks like Team Mafty setting up. You can see Casino has all the mines down as well. Profi, go get your boy! Go get your boy!
No, it's all great here. They're working, though, right now on, of course, the 100%. Carl Sagan does have the butterfly, which is going to be so huge for this. Oh, that was the luckiest angle ever for that punch, just completely knocking Focus out of the window. Definitely count your blessings there, but this is probably going to be tough to punch. Returning the other way. Look here's how a punch should hit. And they're fighting for the extra time. Only a few people left. The Screaming Nimbus is a chance.
Yeah, there's a chance, but it's more of like a Dumb and Dumber. So there's a chance, right? That's what you're saying. Team Mafty will take a convincing 2-0, not only on this map, but in this set. And for Iron-Blooded Orangutans, they will be sent down to the lower bracket.
Well fought. Again, I know it's so hard to say it. Oh, Anders with that MVP. I really want to talk about that in a minute. But it is very well fought by IBO. Again, this is just such a powerhouse team. They have absorbed a bunch of other great players from other powerhouse teams. They are the ones to beat. But IBO, despite the fact that I would say the first map was really, really tough, they did have a lot of fighting chances. They got a lot more like picks, a lot more not exactly one team fights, but spots that made them have to reconsider their spacing. So I think that they did really well, and the adaptation in game number 2 was great, but they're still going to have a chance. They're still going to have a chance. IBO, they're going to be moving down to the losers bracket, and Mafty, they are what we expected them to be.
Yeah, and I love being able to get a quick sneak peek at what the kind of meta's shifting over to, right? So we're seeing kind of less support units being utilized right now, more tanky units. I mean, we got to see Profi there on that gym, and while he does have that repair grenade, it's not quite the same as, you know, having the Pale Rider heal going down. Now, even though we were seeing some Pale Riders as well, it's just not the same kind of healing output. But I love the way they're utilizing kind of the off-tank meta right now. Profi on that gym, and then having, of course, Enders on that Hyperion, swapping between both of those cooldowns was extremely exciting to see.
I love the double fire meta right now that we're seeing out of Mafty, at least. And again, I don't know if it's just something they're trying. I don't want to say that it's like what the meta is shifting to. I just mean like what their comp is. Of course, they increased the damage by quite a bit of the Ashmar flame grenade. So if you combine that with another flame grenade from the gym, it's like you're just if you stand in that spot, you are just dead. You are actually literally just going to die. In fact, it might even be enough to not only kill you, but destroy your downed suit, which is incredible. But it's been working really well, especially the fact that they've been on 2 small maps where there are a lot of choke points. They threw the double flames down, multiple times to the bottom of the ramp, and the entire team had to back up. They had to split up, and then from there it was just getting picks after picks. And I think again, it's so cool that we get to do this right after the patch, right? We're like 2 days from season 3 starting. We've already seen Hyperion. We've already seen like 4 of the suits that have had changes. Basically everybody but Marsai, but I'm personally enjoying this even just from one match.
Yeah, and as a support player who's played support in these team-based shooters for a really long time, it's kind of sad to see, them falling a little bit out of favor. Something like Methus and, of course, Unicorn not being utilized in a very kind of deathball-y composition like that, but you can completely see why Team Mafty felt more than comfortable. It looked like their healing output was great with the armor gun coming out from Dom, with the heal that you get from the Pale Rider, with the repair grenade from Jim as well. There are a lot of ways you can mitigate the damage, and so it does seem like you don't kind of need the Unicorn anymore or the Methus, but it's early goings. It's the early stages. This is only the first match that we're seeing in the day.
Oh yeah, I can pretty much guarantee that none of these teams are for sure set on what they feel of the meta. I mean, it's only been a couple days, so everybody's still exploring things. And I like the fact that we did see, of course, again, a ton of different suits that even we didn't see before this. Like we saw the Jim a lot, we saw the gun tank as well, we saw the Zakutu range, which of course we've seen a decent amount of, but we saw a lot more of it from Carl Sagan. And I'm going to go on to a little short myself tirade here, because I learned that me and Carl Sagan are both Toto 1010 fans. We both got the Toto 1010 cup, so it's cool that we are brethren within that. So I'm always going to be a Carl Sagan fan. I saw Toto was in the chat, so cheers. But I means I have to cheer for Carl Sagan every single time now.
Yeah, it's difficult not to cheer for him, especially with the performance that he put on the Zakutu range. And, in particular, it does come down to basically being there on a thermal plan. And I believe in the past, we've seen other players, Arrow, Profi, all might have kind of swapped on off to play Zakutu range on that map. And so it's no surprise to see Carl Sagan picking that one up for the team as well.
Yeah, and again, I have to shout out Enders too. It's so cool. It's so cool. I know I'm going to repeat exactly what I said, but I'm so excited to see this throughout the rest of, I don't know, just the coming days, right? Not only just this tournament, but the fact that we had a strong tank that was a shotgun tank, right, within Sazabi, meant that it took a particular type of player to kind of play that style. You have to be really, really up close and be comfortable with that type of shooting. But now that we have just a kind of like a left click, like machine gun type tank, it's so cool that we can see somebody like Enders kind of shift to that role, the sort of like half tank, half support role, but also while just completely melting people with left click. And I think we're going to see it from a few different other people. But we are now, of course, going to go to a break as we set up the second match of the day. I'm just so excited to see what we're going to see. If you want to see it, then you don't go anywhere, because we'll be back with game number 2, set number 2, right after this. And welcome back, everybody, to series event number 3 of the Breakout Series, presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. I'm AGP Wonder Chef, joined again by James Jamerson Lee, and we're now about to move into our second match of the day, which will be our first decider as to who makes it into our Day 2 winners finals, and it's going to be Mafty versus Sotoras Esports.
Yeah, this is the Breakout Series, but you might as well call it the Mafty Show at this point. And really, we didn't get to see as much of them because the first match up against Iron-Blooded Orphans of the day was an extremely fast 2-0 for them. And so we'll see if Sotoras Esports can maybe halt them just a little bit.
Well, okay, so in the break, I saw a lot of people in the chat, a lot of these players that are within this tournament talking about how it is really tough right now to fight up against Mafty because so many players that are great players have been shifting around teams, which obviously we've seen a lot of. Now, one thing about Sotoras is that they have had a relatively similar team over time. In fact, I think they only have one player different from last event, and they have like 8 players. So I don't even know if these players are technically going to be subs or if we're going to see them throughout the day. So overall, they are a very consistent team. They do well, and they're improving over time, like we tend to see with any of these teams that stick together. So I'm excited to see how they continue to grow and if they can put up a fight against Mafty just by being consistent, learning together as a team, and then just having that synergy.
No, I mean, we've seen, of course, kind of the effect these events, these competitions really do have upon not just the individual skill, but the team play, right? The team play is the most important thing. I think there's a lot to learn when you take a look at a team like Mafty, because while there are a lot of great individual players, it's their overall team play that really does win out in the day.
Agreed. Completely agreed. But let's see hey, the team play starts with maps, picks, and bans, right? Being able to confidently know which maps you are strong on can really lead to a quick victory like we saw in that last set. Obviously, we saw that Mafty was very comfortable with the close range maps. Looks like they are going to be banning out Quarry, which I believe was the same ban that we saw first off the bat last time.
Yeah, it was. And so they have something against it in Sotoras, where I believe they must have been watching the match. And so the first ban is going to be Thermal Plant for them.
Hey, it makes sense. It makes sense. If you see that, you're like, no, let's not go to Thermal Plant, where we saw that quick 2 100% wins. And now we're going to be moving to Colony Trading Post. We saw it a lot more last time. I know you and I were excited to see more of it when it first came out, but finally we're seeing more of it. And then we're going to move into Underground Command Center. So 2 maps that have some wider open angles, certainly not the Domination Fest that we've seen before.
Yeah, so it's going to be a Destruction Fest instead. So with Colony Trading Post and Underground Command Center coming in, really excited about that because they're especially with that first set, that first points, they do play kind of different. For Flag Fort and Harbor City both getting banned out, that means our decider, if it does go to a map 3, well, Mountain R&D is up, and so that's what's going to be picked.
Well, we didn't see the decider last time, but we might see it this time. We'll see. Definitely, overall, it's going to be wider maps, like I said. No Harbor City, but still overall, even Mount R&D, despite the fact that it is a domination map, I would say that it has some of the wider open angles when you do fight on those longer ranges at A or C, taking that high ground. So we'll see now a pretty different set overall, I think, than we were going to see. But now that we're not going to be on domination, the question for me is, are we going to see as much of these like death ball kind of comps that we've been seeing with the gym as like a secondary shield on top of the Hyperion? Are we going to see these teams switch back to more of what they're used to with like longer range stuff, especially the flexibility of Mafty? They've got Arrow, who has played a good amount of the RX-78. We've seen, of course, Carl Sagan on the sniper. There are a lot of different questions that we've got as far as how these comps will go, but we'll know as soon as they get started. We're going to go to a short break as these players get into the match, but we're going to go right back into it. So we'll be right back with game number 1 of this winners semis match.
wanna cry.
As we get into map number 1 here of our winners semifinals between Mafty and Sotoras Esports, I want to give a huge thanks to Ursh, Jay Slay, Nostalgia, and especially Batty for those huge donations towards the LANfest. And also a thank you to Chaotic for the $1 donation, which I guess is probably the best that a Barbados player can do. Just kidding. Oh, but here we go. We're on Quality Trading Post, and I'm excited to see these comps.
Yeah, and nothing really changing that much in terms of composition. Focus, of course, is going to be on that Pale Rider, and we know how extremely strong it is for their offense. On the Sotoras side, though, it looks like it is fairly similar compositions, except for Coilovers and One Trick Tony. Are going to change things up just a little bit. Oh, wait, never mind, along with the Barbados. So 3 units kind of swapping around here. Now, they will have a lot of CC in that regard, and it's going to be really nice, especially for the Barbados on the defense when you're trying to defend those points.
I'm really excited to see the Unicorn plus Hyperion combo, the kind of double shield up, like just make your team invincible for a few seconds. But we're currently on defense. I want to see that more on offense. And right now, though, we are going to see the Hyperion really be a part of this offense, as there's quite a few players defending the waypoint. We tend to see a lot of these top teams kind of back up after the major push, but right now it seems like there's a little bit of a commitment. Oh, there are a lot of people right here. Boondiggle's going to have to get out, but not quite. Oh, safe though.
Yeah, but did you get to see the kind of control that they had on the side of Mafty with Carl Sagan and Profi, both of them getting the AoEs down, actually just isolated him out, and even though they end up losing out on one, that's going to be Nox going down. Mafty are still able to push up. Now there are a few members still here on A. For how long, as all of Mafty are starting to push up now, getting onto Keicho, taking him low. They will go ahead and take him out and get the plant down on B.
And Focus just kind of sitting there waiting for the health pack to come back. Oh, nice. This is a great forward hold position, to be honest.
Yeah, they've got the high ground here. It's going to be a difficult retake, and more difficult, I would say, especially for the Barbados player on the Sotoras side. Boondiggle's going to have a difficult time trying to get up and close and personal with that Barbados here on that high ground. All 6 members have been spotted out here, and you can see now Ender's backing away, has his shield up, has spotted out the Barbados, and he's trying to close the distance.
Oh, look at how many people are playing this inside corner. That makes it so hard. I mean, that could be a huge, though, from Royal Family. That could be a huge flame grenade, just throwing one little thing into there, or maybe even a huge hyper hammer from the ARC-78, but they just are not quite able to find that. Yo, Profi goes down. There is a chance here. Boondiggles as well, though, going down on the defensive side, and now there's only about 3 of them left on point to try to make it. One Trick Tony going down as well. This looks like this should be a first point explosion, unless there's somebody sneaking around. It looks like they're already pushing forward for that positioning.
Oh man, Carl Sagan, he's got the punch ready. He is winding it up, and you can see how grouped up they are on the Sotoras side. They are trying to back away and not get staggered, and so they at least get that. But you can see now, Carl Sagan charging forward. He doesn't need the punch really to finish things off. Coilovers going down. They're not going to overextend on this one. They're slowly taking it as they go forward. They know they have to play around to Barbados, so they don't want to overcommit onto these angles. They're going to check every corner before they go on in.
This can be one of the toughest choke points on this map. We've seen it before. This can be the spot that people really get held, because not only are you fighting for this choke point just to get through, but the relays after it. So you are fighting for something that can be retaken if you get team wiped, even if you do get through. Currently, we are seeing even a strong team like Mafty have to spend a little bit more time than usual. Of course, they've got tons of time, 4 minutes and 10 seconds, but they know that they can't just push through or they are going to go down. But this is a great way to start with the Screaming Nimbus.
Oh boy, but they end up losing out 2 on that. Is going to be a 2-for-2 exchange, and this fight, despite having so many G maneuvers for Team Mafty, isn't quite going their way. And now they will be able to at least force them back, possibly get the waypoint here. We'll see what Nox can do, but in the face of 2 repairs coming through, not going to be able to get much. And so that relay will get neutralized. The bomb plant has gone down on the B site, at least pulling away some members of Sotoras, possibly creating an opening to get this waypoint.
Blue Eagles will be sneaking back around. If there is a flank here from Barbados, this can be a very great Barbados spot. It can be very hard to actually confirm the kill on the suit, just because it can sneak around these corners. And right now we're seeing the corners being used the other way. Oh wow, what a great positioning there from Profi, walking directly from Casino, just blocking every single shot out of that clip.
Boondiggles, though, ends up picking his G maneuver, and that's going to be 3 going down. And so Mafty, despite having a very convincing point A, or the first half of this map, they are struggling. Like you mentioned, the choke points here are so incredibly hard to play around, and now this is where Barbados is really, that's his playground.
I'm sad that we didn't get to see that triple kill with the G maneuver, or maybe I just missed it, but it happened so fast. Again, though, these ranges are all so perfect for that particular G maneuver. So we are going to see, we're going to see a huge push here. Casino pushing in first a lot of the time, just taking a little bit of extra damage on that pretty high HP suit. But can they clear out Keicho here to get this plan? It looks like they're at least going to drive them back. Oh, but this is a great counter push. However, they're staggered, and the bomb is down on a sneak plant.
Yeah, so they do draw a lot of attention away. The bomb going down, it's going to allow Casino now to really play around these corners, just spam them out. And we have the Gym ultimate going down as well, just trying to cut them off from this angle. And so they will have to try and approach maybe from the left-hand side, but they're going to go ahead and push forward with that Screaming Nimbus, try to get the follow-up. Profi stuck in the corner here. Never mind, you're waiting for Hyperion ulti to send someone to the sky. That's going to be the Screaming Nimbus being utilized for that, but you can see now Keicho going in. He does get at least one, it seems like, but the Hades is here. It's the counter Screaming Nimbus as well, coming out from Casino. 13 seconds, 12 now remaining for this mega charge, and there's no Sotoras members in sight.
No Sotoras members in sight because they are all currently respawning. That is exactly the way that you want to win a team fight like that. But Boone is going to be an initial pick. However, nobody was close enough to get that contest. There was just no time left. That wipe was perfect. So much of that fight went down in that one little corridor where we saw the 2 G maneuvers. I don't care which team you're on. I think you just don't want to be in that little area during that fight. But Mafty, of course, coming out on top, getting a few more picks with their G maneuvers there, and they did manage to get the well, because of how quickly they took the first point, they had a decent amount of time left on this first point. But now we'll see how we can do on the attack on the other side. Like I said, I'm really excited to see the combo of the Hyperion and the Unicorn.
Yeah, overall, though, Sotoras did kind of bleed their timeout. I believe it came down to about 1 minute and 30. Yeah, 1 minute and 26 seconds. So despite how quickly they ended up taking the first half of the map, they were stalled out. Sotoras did a great job, not over just fighting for the relay, but playing around those corridors and making the first mega charge plant extremely difficult. Now here on the defense, though, and we'll see if Sotoras want to stick with Boondiggles on that Barbados. They might have an easier time walking up on the offense than on the defense, because you have to imagine, you know, on the defense, he did not have that much of an effect for them. But this could be where Boondiggles shines.
Right. I mean, that was a great G maneuver that one particular time. But just the way that Mafty pushes forward, you're not able to flank them very easily. And we saw that in the last set too as well, where we had the Zakutu ranged player who essentially needed to switch off. Look how short it is. Look how short is the gun's resting on its head. It's just... That's
little bro.
Sup,
little bro.
Oh
all right. I mean, it's all posture, right? I imagine if he just sits up, he'll like gain another, 2 or 3 meters of height. But here we go. It's going to be Sotoras now on the offense, and it's very similar story to how Mafty tried to approach this one. Go for that relay on the left-hand side. They have utilized a lot of their cooldowns, though. A lot of the CC is there. They're going to charge forward now with that shield, and they do end up finding one. That's going to be the Royal Fat Man taking out Casino, and Casino is typically not the first person to fall, and that is huge because he was already halfway towards his G maneuver, but it does look like they're going to take their time, get that relay, and now charge forward.
Oh, these coordinated pushers look so strong. I mean, you do see that they are bleeding a lot of damage, but you can see the coordination between the shield from really both of those big AoE support units, the Unicorn and the Hyperion. However, it does look like they're going to trade. Once again, Casino going down 2 times really quickly. Not something we're used to seeing out of Casino, but hey, if you get focused down, you don't have that much except for a big body and a lot of HP.
Yeah, despite that, though, Sotoras have not been able to get the Mega Charge plant down. Luckily for them, they've got that relay. That's going to be Nox going down. Excuse me, Focus going down. Enders will fall as well, and that is the opening that they were looking for. Boondiggle's trying to chase after this Exia, but will not be able to find it. You can see the stagger coming in from Mafty is still doing enough to try and delay them. Profi finds one onto Coils. He will get rezzed up, and now it's Carl Sagan being able to get that knock and the finish on the Cage Show. So this scrappy fight coming up from Mafty is still delaying Sotoras from getting the plants.
Yeah, they're getting so close, but Mafty is just coordinating just such a way where they're just never fully getting wiped. They're always going to leave like 1 or 2 people there available to stop the plant. And here we go. This is just a brawl here on the 2nd level. Royal Famine's going to fly in as well. One Trick Tony, though, has a good amount of players around them. They are going to be able to heal up and use that shield. But this high ground going pretty much fully to Mafty. Oh, nice dodge from Profi to avoid that Boondiggle slam. And it looks like they are going to get that pick on Boondiggles and then be able to move back, reposition.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to opt for that B site, but it's not quite working out for them. You can see Mafty were able to respond to that drop on down, and it becomes so incredibly hard to really try and play around these objectives, especially with the Jim and Ashamar combo. I love having that, not just on the domination maps, but the destruction maps. When you have to play around an objective, it's so incredibly strong. Now Nox looking for an angle here, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to charge quite yet. He does get stunned up and immediately taken down. Royal Fat Man with a huge come up there once again. That Ashmar player for his squad. But we've seen it in the past. Sotoras finding the initial pick, but not able to get much, especially when Casino answers back.
Royal Fat Man's been doing a lot of work, getting a lot of the picks overall on this team. Of course, it's usually with a lot of assists, but oh my gosh, just immediately getting melted. I didn't even see technically what did that damage. Oh, it was the G maneuver. I did not see where they were set up, but that of course doesn't do a ton of damage if you're not ready for like turning a corner into it from that G maneuver.
No one ever sees a G maneuver coming. You think you're safe, you think they're not going to home onto you anymore, but they will now. The G maneuver's coming out. Sotoras down to a minute left. They do end up picking up 2, but this is such a difficult task for them. They utilize so many G maneuvers there just to crack things on open, and now they still need to defend the site. It's up here on the roof on A, and now Sotoras, they actually have 3 G maneuvers available, 3 strong ones as well.
This is a great position for them. They've got the high ground. They're almost all regrouped. There is a little bit of a stagger on the side of Mafty, so they've got to wait a little bit more time before they get this one big push in. And realistically, they're only going to get one big push. There it is. They're pushing from basically the relay themselves, although there's a little bit of a flank here. And of course, the Screaming Nimbus from Casino getting one pick while it's Carl Sagan gets the other pick.
Oh my gosh, Casino with the tracking there. They will clean up almost everyone except for Royal Batman and get the Mega Charge. This arm now with only 10 seconds remaining. Sotoras have to charge into the Hyperion G maneuver here. They're going to approach it the same way from that relay once again. Now we're just all eyes on Enders. Doesn't even matter. That's going to be Mafty shutting down Sotoras on the first point.
Oh yeah, that was really close. I mean, again, okay, so every single tournament with Mafty, I say this, right? I mean, that was a great play from Sotoras overall to really, to win that team fight, get the plant, get into the good positioning. But every single time that it looks like somebody is making Mafty bleed, they are the best at fighting back into it. There was not a lot of time left. They had a little bit of the stagger. The positioning was perfect on the side of Sotoras, and Mafty's like, whatever, we saved our resources for this. We're okay with it. We're not going to panic. We're just going to push in, do our usual thing, and then we are going to take it back. And that's exactly what they do every single time, even on example sites like that are really hard to take back once it's been planted. They have zero issues just winning another team fight, and then, of course, holding them off at the first point. So a great showing from Mafty. I got to say, though, so far, though, I think a great showing from Sotoras as well.
Yeah, I mean, Sotoras did a great job, right? We got to see the entirety of the map there, and they made Mafty work for it on that second half of calling trading posts at that point. We got to see why it's so difficult to push through those chokes, and despite not having as much AoE when it comes down to that Jim and Ashmar combo, they were still able to utilize Ashmar extremely well, along with that Barbados. That constant threat of just being one shot from the combo there kind of slowed things down a bit. And so despite not being able to get that first mega charge up, they were able to get the plant down there. It was extremely close, but it did come down. There's just a big G maneuver difference there in that final fight.
Right, which again, of course, is a thing that Mafty is just incredible at. But honestly, they put up a great fight on both points. So, one on offense, one on defense, but they weren't quite able to get it. Now, Sotoras Esports is not out of it yet. They do have at least one more map in this set, which we'll be going to soon. We're going to take a short break as they get into it, but we'll be right back with game number 2 of Mafty versus Sotoras Esports. Underground Command Center, we map number 2 of Mafty versus Sotoras Esports. Mafty currently up 1 game in the set, but we are going to see the shift back to Carl Sagan on that classic gym sniper. Oh, or maybe not. Maybe we're getting trolled. I would have been excited to see that, but here we go. Sniper time, hopefully from both sides.
Yeah, if he doesn't go for the gym sniper here, especially starting off on the offense, I would be extremely surprised. Royal Fat Man, though, will go out the gates with it, and you kind of have to try and keep teams at bay. I mean, at this point, it could just be a handicap for Mafty if they end up running Carl Sagan on a support unit instead of a DPS there. But there we go. He's going to go ahead and hover over that gym sniper. And so we are going to have the sniper battles. And oh man, the things that we were seeing from Carl Sagan in the last tournament, it was absolutely disgusting. We might be able to see hints of that once again.
You know, even if Carl Sagan did start on Methis, I feel confident that he could probably lead the kills. You know, that's just the Carl Sagan way. But a little tiny guy, the opposite of the other take of the game. But yeah, of course, I'm so excited to see this sniping once again. Royal Fat Man, player that I feel like we haven't really got a chance to see the gym sniping skill from. And these sniper battles, always one of my favorite things to watch in these games. So here we go, game number 2.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, but I believe he was playing the Ashimar for them on the last map. So there are some swap arounds for them. I feel like, you know, you just got to put the most comfortable player on that gym sniper at that point to try and get the value. But it's going to be Mafty pushing all the way up to the relay, and Royal Fat Man getting chased on down 1 HP. That gym sniper getting absolutely nothing as Carl Sagan, he's got all the space in the world to work with, especially when Casino's on the front line with that Dom. It's going to be a clean sweep basically out of Mafty as they pick up stragglers in the back. Coilovers needs to survive here, but he ends up going down. Excuse me, that's going to be Boondiggles going down. And now 4 members running back, only 2 to try and defend the point. That's going to be an easy plant on site A for Team Mafty.
Oof, yeah, the stagger here is tough. And look at this pre-positioning arrow, of course, on that Arc 78, which I'm so excited to see. One of my favorite suits to see still, was already positioned at B to try to stop people that are moving up to the high ground and pushing back down. Same thing here we see from Casino and from Focus. This is a great positioning. Again, there's just no hesitation when it comes to where these players want to be on the side of Mafty, but that's going to be 2 picks. Oh, wait, maybe one gets away, but I think Garmzabi and at least one other KHR are both going down, and this is once again just a tough stagger with only about 1/3 left on this mega charge timer.
Yeah, that was a great response from Arrow, the call out saying, hey, they're lower, and he does instantly respond to that. Of course, he can leave Casino up top by himself. Now things are looking extremely difficult for Sotoras. They might stagger here. I mean, there's only 10 seconds remaining for basically this mega charge, so they're not going to be able to get it. They need to be able to back away. Nice res onto Gemma, but they are still getting chased down, and it's the rush down as they find one. That's going to be the re-knock onto Garma, and Mafty will go ahead and charge forward. Garma getting rest once more is actually the bait as One Trick Tony ends up taking off Focus.
Yeah, but Focus being down is not going to hold them back that much. It doesn't look like they're maybe not going to push quite as hard. Arrow's low, Profi's low as well, but nice sniped out of the air. And that is not the most accurate gun in the world, so great shots from Profi.
Yeah, Profi, again, part of that shield combo for Team Mafty have been doing an excellent job of just trading away who's going to be front end. I'm so sorry, but you are not hiding there, Boondiggles, as he gets spotted out, his giant mace just poking out from behind that cover. So now Mafty securing that relay for themselves will try and charge forward, but a huge Ashimar punch coming out from Coilovers. He gives his life for it. There's the reses coming in, the repairs, excuse me, with the relay as well. And so now Mafty will try and retake this height.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that punch was so good, but they recovered from it so well. It just, they weren't able to confirm any of those kills. It was just entirely downs. And look at this. Boone is in the middle, just trying to run away from everybody. Gonna get picked off. And once again, there's this huge stagger. And that's what this has basically been the story of. When mine landed on the ceiling. Bomb goes down on A. And once again, there's only about half the team of Sotoras up. I really want to see them not push and just wait for the regroup.
Carl Sagan ultimately does go down, and I feel like this might be the time, the opportunity for him to swap off. He is close to his G maneuver, but I mean, does it even matter? 40 seconds remaining now. The mega charge hasn't been touched quite yet. Too many members of Mafty are still here. Boondiggles tries to get on in, but he does not hit anything here. Now has to wait on that charge. and Profi will be able to chase him down. Enders finally does fall here as Royal Fatman swaps off onto that Zaku 2 range. It's going to be too little, too late. 18 seconds, 17 now remaining here, and it's all Mafty on the kill feed.
Oh, okay. I mean, here we go. The Screaming Moves from Garmazabi is going to be a great opportunity. Keicho as well pushing in to try to get more survivability on that solo defender. We are going to see Profi go down, but so many again on the side of Sotoras are going down at the same time, meaning nobody can get their hands on that mega charge and get that extra time. I got to say, I mean, okay. Sotoras, they managed to stop them a little bit, but Mafty, every single time we've seen them on this map on offense, it has felt to me like their strongest map. Every time they get to go here, they take point A immediately, they take the relay immediately, point A immediately, and then they're pushing forward and stagger people on that second choke point, and then boom, it's just over. And that's just what we're seeing again.
Yeah, their control is just excellent. And we got to see if they're on the first half of the map of how well that they were able to play kind of split up in different groups, different zones of control, right? Having Arrow along with Casino up top to really try and cut off that choke point, having a few members down below on to site A to make sure that, you know, all lines of sight were covered there, and being able to beautifully respond when a push came out. So yeah, we're seeing the mastery come out for Mafty when it comes to this map. And this time around, despite, you know, on the first map, they were brought down to what, about a minute and a half. They've kind of doubled their time bank here with 3 minutes essentially.
And Carl Sagan, of course, having that confidence to literally never switch off of Sniper at all on this map. That's actually something that I've seen before. Since we've seen them play on this map so many times, it's clearly one of their comfort picks. I've currently, myself, when I play in ranked, sometimes I'll be like, you know what, I'll just try to just stick on Jim Sniper the entire time, and we'll see if it works. If Carl Sagan can do it, I can do it too. And I definitely can't. But it's really cool to see like that level of confidence to stick with a suit that usually we see switched off of at some point in a map.
Yeah, I mean, typically it's not the greatest to utilize in the second half of the map, but you can see how there's that really large corridor in between the points. But you can see the sniper battles will be taking place once again. Mafty on their offense, we're basically just able to push up to the waypoint for free. Sotoras aren't going to have as easy of a job, taking a lot of damage on the initial approach. Now Mafty do end up giving it away, and so that's going to be the high ground taken away from them, or at least given up as Coilovers tries to find an angle. He's got to be careful. He's been sniped out of the sky before, and he almost gets taken out there. Garma will be the first one to fall. That's going to be Carl Sagan taking him out. And so remember, with that nerf that came to Dom Trooper, it is in one-shot range to the headshot.
Ooh, I don't know what that shot was at right there, but One Trick Tony just barely staying alive here, trying to get the repair. It does look like they are going to be able to hold this relay. I don't think the counter push is going to be quite enough. However, Profi is on point, and Profi has proven to be a very scary gym. We're seeing so much gym back in the meta. I'm very excited to see. However, finally going down, and this is honestly a great push. We usually see Mafty hold here for a long time, and now they're the ones getting staggered.
Yeah, it's not over quite yet. Casino will ultimately fall, but the difference here for Mafty is they have about 3, maybe 4 members still up to try and delay them at these choke points, and they do have that gym burn going down. It was immediately cleared, and so they are dealing with that now. But Sotoras, will they be able to find an angle in? There's 3 members on. KHO has his shield up and will try and charge forward, but Carl Sagan ends up finding one along with Casino. And that is no surprise whatsoever. Sotoras need to back away. They cannot stagger here. They've already been delayed on that waypoint. They're already down to 3 minutes.
Yeah, we are used to seeing now this tournament so far. We're used to seeing Enders on the Hyperion, but I'm so glad to see Enders back, of course, on the Pale Rider as well, in a more defensive spot where maybe the defense doesn't matter quite as much. You don't need to, be pushing behind somebody, and we know that Enders is such a great shot, so really coming into play, especially in that fight right there. Well, Fat Man, though, trying to get a pick, trying to wait for somebody to sneak out just a little bit too far, and we are still seeing double Jim Sniper on both of these sides.
Yeah, Royal Fatman is close to his G maneuver, but I don't know if he's going to be able to build it up here quite yet. Focus ends up finding 2, and now he might find a 3rd as he tries to chase down Royal Fatman. He does end up getting that heal pack, and he's got to be careful because he is, of course, just 1 headshot away from going down, but Focus will be able to win out on that duel, backs away, and now the Mega Charge does end up going down for Sotoras, but do they really have anyone here to defend it?
I can't believe Focus is still alive after that fight. That was some really great mobility. Oh, there's the G maneuver. Oh my gosh. Carl Sagan even getting a pick on one Jigtori with the Vulcan cannon. That is a tough spot. That's for sure going to mean that there's only going to be one or two more major pushes on the side of Sotoras.
Minute 37 remaining. They got the wall hacks up as well for Carl Sagan. Won't really be able to utilize the other part of that G maneuver, but still should be incredibly strong knowing where they're going to approach from. A minute 20 seconds remaining now. Sotoras needs to get that mega charge down once again, but Arrow is standing in their way. Stalwart is that RX-78-2. They do end up rezzing one here, and Carl Sagan will ultimately fall as Boondigos finds his way into the back line. Arrow is here to try and answer back and rotate around, but these are huge staggers. Sotoras now, they are down to basically one final push. Oh,
oof. Yeah, Roll Fat Man getting back up, then going back down, then getting back up. And yeah, this is a stagger. This is tough. Again, I really want to see them not push, especially with the fact that Carl Sagan is still sitting here on the gym sniper. You do not want to get out of position and get picked, and then you have to push a 5v6 for your final push. And it does look like they're playing a little bit slower. They're waiting for the respawn. A lot of them pushing around this side into the cave. And that could be a great choice. We're also seeing Roll Fat Man switch off onto the Zakutu ranged.
yeah, I think he just needs it for the mobility to try and get there faster. There's a knock onto coilovers as Enders pops that Hades. G maneuvers being utilized as well. The Screaming Nimbus out from Casino, extremely low. He should be able to back away. No, he ends up falling here as he tries to corner one. They're going to charge forward now. Mega Charge is actually going down on A, but Profi is there to cut it off. 12 seconds remaining, and Mafty about to shut down Sotoras once again. And with 5 seconds remaining, that's our first team going to the winners finals, and that's of course going to be Team Mafty.
Oof, that was an unnecessary long-range hyper hammer just to add insult to injury at the end right there. But really amazing stuff as usual from Mafty. It's what we've come to expect. But again, I have to really highlight Sotoras. I think that they did about as well as we've seen literally any other team do up against Mafty. You know, they got the plants. Well, first they took the waypoint on offense very quickly, and then they got the plant, which was a very difficult thing to do there. But again, Mafty, they're always good at coming back. They're great at defusing. They're one of the best defusers. They're the best defusers that we have in the entire league, which is a weird thing to say, but you have to reposition for it, you know?
It's kind of scary how good that they are at fighting a man down. I mean, there were multiple times where, you know, there would be a pick coming up from Sotoras, and as they try to charge forward, there might be small little errors in how they try to push up, and that's where Mafia are really able to take advantage, find a nice little flank, and I think it comes down to how kind of they fight in pods, right? 3-man pods of killer whales, essentially, at this point, and how they approach a lot of these fights, and it's just amazing to see. I know we've seen a lot of dominance, and we've been able to see a lot of Mafty gameplay, but we're seeing a lot more of the nuance coming out from them now that we get to get a closer look at how they play.
Yeah, and you know, this is basically the last time we're going to really talk about them today, just because that does mean that they are now guaranteed to make it into the Championship Sunday, top 3 spots. So I also want to point out that it's cool. It's so cool that we get to see the gym come back. Profi has been absolutely killing it on that gym. I had a discussion actually with our production, our main production guy, Lux, like 2 days ago. And I was like, I think gym still sucks. I think this suit just did not get the help it needed. I do not think it's going to be worth it. We're probably not going to see it in play. I was super wrong, but I love that I'm wrong. I was actually just in chat earlier too, talking about somebody, and they're like, does Jim ever see play? And I'm like, not really. And we've seen a lot of it today, so I am super pumped about that.
Yeah, I think in particular it's just that he's not the flashiest, right? In terms of units, there are so many flashier units, and kind of understandable, right? Because we're going from the oldest generation of Gundam to like the newest generation where you have Barbados and Exia, Trans Am, their God mode, whatever, Super Saiyan Gundam at this point, right? So they have the flash, while Jim just kind of shows up. He's got his shield. He throws down an AoE, and, you know, maybe he shield bashes from time to time. It's not the flashiest gameplay, but it does end up having a huge effect with the kind of AoE you're able to control with both his basic abilities and his G maneuver.
Well, I'm glad that we get to see it. It's one of my favorite mobile suits personally, so we'll see if we get to see it from some of these other teams. We're going to be moving on now to the bottom side of the winners bracket, but we'll get to that when we come back. We're going to take a short break as we're going to set up, I believe it's going to be Tekka Dynasty versus Last Second. This might be my most anticipated match of the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
LANFest is community. LANFest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANFest is gaming. Come join LANFest.
Oh no, Amano actually slipped away from the sniper, is on the Pale Rider, hoping that the mid-range DPS is gonna help him out here, but it's not working out so far. We still see a lot of red in the kill feed.
Yeah, now we're gonna see Chaotic go down. We're gonna see, okay, literally every single person. Please, stop!
DPS is coming on in, trying to find the opening. Chaotic gonna be rushing into the enemy lines a little too forward because he's gonna get taken out. Arrow with a couple of shots though with the Gundam. Faded in return. Chaotic at the Elias system. Is it gonna be used?
From the sky, that was beautiful. Or the push of IQ, no David means that there's a lot of offensive potential, but just going into walls, I don't even know if anything getting into the air is going to be nice. Being able to pick up Devotion as well. Chaotic making the plays here.
The unexpected. And the revive can't even happen because the beat is pushing up on the high ground. Does get traded in return, but the damage coming out with Focus finalizing a lot of these kills on the Ashamar is going to give them the point on the second attempt.
And this was a lot slower.
G maneuver, and it's going to be activated. Doesn't find a lot. Focus, Mr. Big Large is going to get taken out. Arrow following up with the Hades to try and answer back, and the damage coming in. Saris goes down. Arrow pushing forward, just beaming all the kids in the head, and they're taking the high ground.
Off the point, Red Protocol can't even fly away because that will end the extra time. I don't know if any players are close enough. Nostalgia is going to get the overhead grab, and there are going to be a few players now coming back from last second, but this is going to be a brawl. Nobody on either side is going to have either of their full team members. Oh, and here we go. The butterfly is available.
Last second doesn't seem to be there, and Saris actually comes up from the depths of hell to commit even further into this fight. IQ looked like they're in a position to take A once it unlocks.
Oh, that Amano Hades is probably going to guarantee it. We've seen the Amano Hades take out so many players, and this is not going to be an exception. Pearl popping that Screaming Nimbus is going to chunk a lot of the enemy team. Amano just trying to get away, but it looks like on the other side, there was a really great counter G maneuver from Saris using those funnels, and that is going to be most of the side of last second.
It's an option, but there's a lot of G maneuvers across the board. Saris pops the funnels and does Moonbeam Butterfly, but Nostalgia again gets taken out by the Alias system.
Almost.
Hey, it deals the damage and it pushes IQ away, so they're continuing to push IQ back into essentially their spawn, giving them very little space to deal with. Chaotic goes down to David, and Kelsagan is there to...
We need to see the Barbados 1v1 between the previous two teams, the Sniper 1v1. Oh, between these two teams, that's a pick for sure. Thanks for proving my point, Carl Sagan. But the G maneuver on the other side activated immediately goes to nothing. That's going to add so much time for them. If they can get everybody else off site, this is going to be their round. But there's going to be both ways, the kills and the retake from Mafty. But there's only one player left up on the side of IQ.
Stay put on the bridge.
They've got one final push here. X-Men is going to lead the charge, but only at 50% HP just going into this. And it looks like everybody on the back line is going to melt immediately. Focus taking out two. The Vietnamese cleaning up the rest of them. And welcome back, everybody, to Breakout Series Event number 3. We have one of our finalists for tomorrow decided. It's time to decide the other. I'm AGP Wonder Chef, joined by James Jamerson Lee. And now we've got a match between two teams who've not played in the same tournament together. There's going to be Tekka Dynasty and Last Second.
Yeah, and this is going to be really great to see, especially because it's been mostly the Mafty show so far. And we've got a really good, nice tasting of what the meta could possibly be. Other teams have, of course, tried out that Hyperion Gundam, but it does seem like it might be here to stay.
The Hyperion Gundam and the gym being added to the mix again. I'm just so excited for what this current meta holds. But I'm really excited to talk about these two teams because this is a really cool storyline. Now, Last Second was a team that formed out of a few members that were kind of, I would say, like refugees from Tekka Dynasty in the last tournament, because Tekka Dynasty wasn't playing in the last tournament. We do know they were second place before that, so they're a strong team. But Last Second has shifted pretty much completely since then, and I read this off earlier, but I just got to look at their roster again because it includes, let's start from the bottom, Mr. Big Large, the incredible Ashimar Fusion Blackie, who's played a bunch of different suits, made that amazing turn A play, to Zim, who is one of my favorite Pale Rider players to watch, but we haven't seen Zim for a few weeks. Exponent's there. I'm not going to stop describing them all. Be There, Shield, Evictus, Blue Jay, and Gasman. That is just an absolute, the highest caliber level of players that could easily match up against Mafty. So they've never played together as this team. I'm very excited to see it.
Yeah, but we know how well, teams can instantly shift, right, for their rosters, but also being able to play together. It's about already understanding the fundamentals of the game, and all those players, we know they have that in spades, and now it just comes down to really kind of testing their mettle up against the rest of the squad. So this is going to be an exciting match regardless.
Completely agreed, because also on the other side, of course, we saw Tekka Dynasty take second place 2 events ago, but now they have they have their same core. It's in Dark Infestor, Azor, Robot, Hawklight, I think, and they've added some great players like Red Protocol, Nostalgia, Chaotic. I'm really excited to see how they play with some of those all-star players as well. But let's see what these map picks and bans are going to be, because with all these roster shifts, it's going to be a lot about what kind of size map they can play on, especially with Chaotic being on the side of Tekka Dynasty now. And we're going to see Quarry banned right off the bat.
Yeah,
oh, wait,
it says Lunar Colony there. It's actually going to be Lunar Colony Trading Post.
Okay.
Excuse me, not Lunar. Colony Trading Post being the first one banned down. So kind of surprising. Thermal Plant as well. So 2 destruction maps already out.
Or it's actually Corey. Okay. The pictures are correct. The titles are wrong. So we're going to see two destruction maps out of the field, and we're going to start off on Flak Fort. I'm very excited to see Flak Fort once again. That is going to be picked by Tekka Dynasty, and then another map that we haven't seen today, Harbor City, is going to be picked up from Last Second. So we're going to see some new stuff for sure.
Yeah, and now we're getting our domination maps banned out, so Thermal Station will go down. We'll see if maybe that continues to run the same kind of trend where it's just the exact same map types, and it does seem like Underground Command Center will be the next one to fall, so all the destruction maps actually banned out.
Yeah, and we are going to have Mount R&D Lab as we decided once again. We're seeing a lot of, I think actually Mount R&D Lab has been in the technically the pick pool every single one of these sets so far, although we've only seen it actually get to it a single time. So clearly a map that everybody's really starting to like. However, I have to say, I feel like the ranges on these maps are very different overall, right? We've got Flak Fort, it's really a mid-range map, and then we're going to go to Harbor City, which can be a very long-range map, and then we're going to go to Mountain R&D, which can be a close-range map. However, every single one of them has their mid-range kind of like spots in each one, so I do think that's kind of what they're going for.
Yeah, that's kind of why, you want to run that Pale Rider, and we do have some great Pale Rider players on either side. Really looking forward to Zim. That's really where we were introduced to him. His Pale Rider play from multiple events ago was absolutely stellar, really skyrocketing, on the damage charts. And you have to imagine with how we do have a lot of kind of tankier and off-tank picks coming in for this meta, it's going to create a lot more space for him, a lot more front line for him to really play around.
Or just the fact that maybe if you can unload on shields, they will just melt that much faster when you've got the damage like that. But we'll see what the picks are. We're going to go to a short break as we set up this match. There's going to be just a few minutes until we begin. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to our second winners semifinals match of the day right after this. And map number 1 of Tekka Dynasty versus Last Second will be Flag 4, the first time that we've seen it today. But the question is, once again, 2 new teams we haven't seen on broadcast. What are the comps going to be? I'm already seeing one Hyperion.
Yeah, that's going to be Dark Investor picking it up for Tekka Dynasty. On the other side, though, be their shield on the defense. So he's really not going to have an opportunity to swap off here. It looks like he will be sticking with a Sazabi. So old shield versus new shield. We'll see which one ends up coming out on top. Actually, Asor is still running or hovering over that Sazabi. So double tank front line for Tekka Dynasty.
Ooh.
We'll see how that works out.
Very, very interesting. Now, we do know the Dark Infestor was the Pale Rider player for Tekka Dynasty, basically since event number 1 has been really kind of the core Pale Rider player. It's really interesting now. We've seen Enders and Dark Infestor both switching from the Pale Rider over to that Hyperion. On the other side, though, we are going to see Zim on the RX-78. That is a really interesting change. Like I said, one of the best trackers that I've ever seen in any game. Really impressive. But look at the gun tank woos. Love the gun tank woos. But let's see how this goes with the RX-78. That's sick.
Yeah, I mean, with the Sazabi on the other side, it will be a nice little bit counter to try and deal with the shields, but they will have the secondary shield to pop up as soon as he gets CC'd. So I don't know how potent that RX-78 2 will work into this double shield right now. Dark Infestor Gonna try and push up. He makes the cross by himself, and he has to be careful. You can see Be Their Shield hopping on over to create some space for Tism, and it will work out as Blue Jay from behind is able to just get that splash damage. There's a second knock, and so now 2 members already going it down. They get the res as well. Second doing a pretty decent job so far on this defense. They will charge forward to get more staggers.
A robot going down, Hawklight going down as well. This is going to be a pretty strong hold here, at least for this first push. It's interesting to see the Methis. We haven't seen a Methis yet today. A robot, of course, playing multiple different supports on that team. So the Methis is a go-to, just I think for the mobility initially. But here we go, the push behind the shield, the double shield push, and Sotoras going to immediately take the high ground as we see Tzim get flanked. This could work out.
Yeah, that was a nice flank from Red Protocol, and you know, we don't get to see that typically as often because in the past, of course, we've had a large amount of Exia play, and they're the typical flankers, and so now it's going to be Red Protocol, the Ashmar, going back to basically launch of Gundam Evolution, how you basically played him on this map. Now, with 3 ticks, it looks like they will be able to secure the 4th, not just in time, but there it is, a charge forward to finish them all off. Tekka Dynasty, with plenty of time in the tank, will go ahead and move on to the second half of the map, push forward for point B. Last second, though, they need to regroup.
That was a very strong first push. I mean, well, okay, it was the second push that made it. I guess I should say the very strong take on the first point. But now this is, again, one of those spots that we tend to see a lot of the teams get choke pointed on, and they can't sneak past. However, the increased damage now from the buffed Flame Grenade, that is going to melt so much. And even bigger, maybe, it's going to build so much more G maneuver meter.
Yeah, and you have to remember that they only have the single heals, right? Or the single target heal with that Methis. So when you do get that large AoE damage down, it's hard to fight back. Now, Nostalgia, though, does find one. A good peel back from last second there to try and buy some time. Tzim will go ahead and back away on that RX-78 last second, finding some crucial picks to slow down the momentum of Tekka Dynasty.
Sor is going to have to lead this charge right here. Oh, it's going to be the Sazabi versus Sazabi. Of course, we've seen a lot less Sazabi, like you mentioned earlier, but it's going to really come down to both of them. And I'm surprised that we're seeing this angle where the Sazabi's not the one who's peeking, not the one who's going to be holding back, but they do have that double tank. So we are, of course, going to see at least one of them being holding that spot. Oh, but the big punch from the sky. Mr. Big Large got the damage buff and then went for the aerial punch. That could have been a ton of damage, but it looks like it didn't quite connect. And that's going to be 2 G maneuvers down, 2 important G maneuvers down now on the side of this defense.
Yeah, I mean, typically it's going to be the turn A Gundam that uses the G maneuver from there, but we've got Screaming Nimbuses from either side. It's going to be last second that get the value off of that one. 3 members of Tekka Dynasty going down. That's a stagger onto a robot as well. We'll see if last second can pick up a few more, but they did end up utilizing a lot there. The energy cable out from Invictus, and we, of course, did see that punch beforehand. We'll go ahead and back away for now. They do have, of course, the Sazabi funnels to utilize next for this hold and try and buy some time for Fusion Blackie to be able to get that Moonlight Butterfly.
Can we talk about this visual bug that we're seeing right here? There was the Zero Gun Gundam that was pretty funny. You see the charm flying around. But here we go. Be Their Shield activating the funnels, and oh no, there was nothing from the Lancer that really needed to be used effectively. But the Butterfly is going to take down at least 3. Then the pick is going to get off on a Sor. A robot probably going down as well. No even health pack. That is going to be a full push back to spawn. Can't stop that Butterfly unless you're totally ready for it.
Yeah, that's the last 2 G maneuvers that they had. Mr. Big Large is doing a good job of trying to buy time and build up that punch. We did see it whiff on the last one. If he plays more around the corners here, it would be better instead of trying to go for that aerial one, trying to get the highlight reel. But on the other side, for Tekka Dynasty, they've got 3 G maneuvers themselves. The Butterfly is there. They will go ahead and charge forward, but a huge stun! It's the axe, I think, that came in to take him out mid-air. Despite that, though, the space was but. A robot finds a few knocks himself. Hawklight will go ahead and charge forward, but as Tzim backs away, they find a few picks. So, Tekka Dynasty can't push onto the point with full force.
Oh my gosh, that happened so fast. I almost think maybe that was a punch. Maybe it was an Ashmore punch. I could be totally wrong on that, but I feel like there was the possibility that's what that was. But regardless, here there we go. They're on point. This is the furthest they pushed so far. Fusion Blackie is just trying to heal back a little bit of life. No cooldown on the nanobots. but this is a great counter push. We're going to see kind of a split here, unfortunately, on the side of Tekka Dynasty. Half their team is still in that first choke point. Half their team's already pushed up to the high ground, and they need to be able to regroup here. Otherwise, they're just going to be fighting two losing matchups. Okay, they did manage to back up. They did manage to regroup. This is good. Here's the Screaming Nimbus.
Screaming Nimbus, but right now, Tekka Dynasty are completely split up. Hawklight is here by himself. As Sora does end up finding one. There's a second, but they end up losing out on the Dom, so they will not have that armor gun to try and maintain position here. They're already getting contested before they even secure that first tick. They do back him away, but again, the contest is there just in time. Finally, Tekka Dynasty end up securing that one. That might be all that they get until Nostalgia ends up finding some crucial picks. Now they're still getting contested, and there is a Sazabi in the face of Red Protocol. He will end up getting cleaned out as Hawklight shows up to try his best to keep this alive, but it's extra time ticking away. They need to get members onto the point, but as they stagger on, it's going to be an easy cleanup as Tekka Dynasty only end up securing that one tick on the second point.
Their first, the take of the first point was very strong. It was very quick. You know, it only took them maybe 2 pushes, which is a lot better than we've seen from a lot of other teams. But they just were never able to find that much mileage onto the second point. And it might have something to do with the team comp. I'm not 100% sure. At least the fact that they got 1 tick is pretty huge. That means that if they can just stop them from getting onto that second point, really, which is totally doable, they will be winning that. However, I don't know what they needed to do. I mean, a lot of it, I guess, was the great defensive G maneuver management, right? They always seem to have one when they needed it, especially with just how fast, especially now Ashmar is building that G maneuver.
Yeah, we did see some great punches, but more importantly, some great shutdowns of G maneuvers. It's not just about, of course, utilizing your G maneuvers, but being able to play around them well. I mean, we've seen in the past a few times turn A's getting shut down mid-air, like you mentioned. Ashmar punch in the past. I don't exactly know if it was the axe coming out from the Sazabi. I mean, there are multiple ways to try and deal with the CC, even if you're midair, still can handle it. And it was just great team play. So right now, it is going to be swapping sides. Last second will be on the offense. They just need a little over 1 tick to try and get the victory here in the first map.
1 tick can be tough, for sure. Love the gun tank woos, but a lot of it is going to come down to how fast, of course, they take this first point. We've seen a lot of make or break moments trying to take this first point on both sides. And I expect, as usual, no real challenge as they're going to be pushing across the bridge. They're actually not going to be taking the low ground here. They're just going for the immediate blitz. But who's going to get the first pick?
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself, right? It's all about timing, and we know that most teams do not play out here on the bridge. This is not like regular matchmaking. You need to play a little bit more conservative. You need to play around the point instead. Here's Mr. Big Large, though, going in for the flank. He does toss down the AoE. Doesn't really get much out of it, but he does draw attention of 2 members, allowing for last second to try and push out. But throughout all that, Hawklight ends up finding the first pick. Tism really playing a front line on that RX-78, does end up getting punished.
Oh, this is a really scary angle to push, honestly. That little particular angle through the door, we've seen so many suits go down just even trying to cross. And it looks like Fusion Blackie, whoa, is almost one of them. Managed to survive about 1 HP 2 times in a row. So that might be to their advantage, but Mr. Big Large went down as well. So they are fighting a 5v5 here. Hawklight getting picked back up. Looking a little bit more difficult on the offense. They might need to back up. Oh, especially now.
Yeah, the stun coming in onto Tism, and that's an immediate cleanup here. Last second, really struggling here on the first points. We'll see if they can try and maybe find that first pick, but Tekka Dynasty are doing a great job of just kind of bending. Now they do end up losing out on Dark Infestor, and so Azor is going to have a difficult job as that solo tank on that front line, or maybe that just means a robot can just solo heal him. Blue Jay drops down, and that allows Hawklight to get some easy shots and finish him off. Mr. Big Large, though, with that fire, is able to take out that last tank. Red Protocol answering in kind. Sazabi's just not able to move in time out of that. But that does mean last second now do have the advantage. They will try and push up. The first tick coming on in. A robot tries to go for a miracle repair. Has to get repaired himself. Red Protocol picking him up.
Oh, this is such a weird little fight. This is like a 4v4 in here. They just haven't had a full team for a while, but there's going to be at least 2 ticks on board. It looks like we might see the team of Last Second start, or I'm sorry, the team of Tekka Dynasty start to back up here and just give up the point. Yeah, they do not want to give up that choke point. They said, you know what? We've only got 2 or 3 of us left. It's time for us to back. And smart choice, honestly. They've already delayed them a lot more than they were delayed taking that first point. So if they can play that same way here, they will prevent them from getting that first tick, which is all that they need to do.
All right, we'll see if Mr. Big Large can find that Ashmar angle. Tism, though, will go ahead and throw in that super napalm, but the instant response, never mind, Dark Infestor didn't get the memo, ends up going down to it at the mana advantage, and now Last Second will go ahead and try and charge forward. They're clearing out their angles. Once again, Tism incredibly aggressive on his own, charging forward with that RX-78. I get it, you have a shield, you still have to be careful. Mr. Big Large, though, finds one more kill. He's at 72%. Fusion Blackie almost has that Moonlight Butterfly as well, and that could be crucial in their take for this. They're still approaching this one a little bit slow, and it's going to be Nostalgia popping the Butterfly first, as Fusion Blackie will end up going down, and that's going to be a defensive hold coming out from Tekka Dynasty.
Oh yeah, 3 kills alone from that combo of the butterfly and the power cable, which somebody called in chat last time, called that the Airbnb, and I thought that was the funniest name for it. So I'm a big fan of it. But those 2 G maneuvers combo together are just so much damage. It's basically like if you don't have a really true ready answer, it is guaranteed at least going to be a reset.
Yeah, Fusion Blackie, though, does have one of his own. Doesn't have the energy cable. Evictus is at 56%. He's got to be careful. Red Protocol is going to be patrolling the skies with that Ashmar to try and shut him down. And now we've got the Moonlit Butterfly going in, and he has been stunned once again. And man, these teams are so good at responding to it at this point. Hawkley does have to back away as Mr. Big Large ends up finding 1 kill. And now he's getting chased down. He does have a lot of health packs to play around. Despite all of that, Last Second are still trying to find, struggling a little bit here, as they have not been able to find the crucial picks, and now the trades are coming in for Tekka Dynasty.
That was a decent Lancer from Dark Infestor, but just wasn't able to confirm a lot of those kills. Just got the downs and then was taken out himself. So that is a little bit of a delay, but there wasn't a full push, I guess, to kind of take advantage of the fact that was just a trade. Tzim, though, is going to hold a really good angle on the outside here. Sor, again, this is such a different game when we see so many shields and so many Sazabis from the last game.
We do have the funnel coming out from Masor here as he's trying to hold out with a minute left remaining. The defense, that's a great time to actually pop that one. Try and buy some space and time for the rest of the team to pick up the G maneuvers, but they end up taking a lot of damage on the retreat here, and now they're getting burned down, cut off just a little bit. The Last Second are trying to go for a full regroup. They do have that super napalm along with that energy cable, but it's not quite the potent combo that you're looking for to try and finish things off. Super napalm going down, but it's cleared out. It's going to be Red Protocol being able to respond to that one, and now Last Second basically running out of tools here. We'll see, though. Mr. Big Large does have that Ashmar punch, but it looks like Tekka Dynasty feel like they know. They, as Mr. Big Large goes in from behind, ends up picking off 1 with that punch, but it's an immediate res. A sword does end up going down, so Last Second do have the man advantage, but they still have to play around the objective here. No one is there. 13 seconds remaining. Trades going down. Last Second, this might be their last opportunity.
Oh, they're building just a little bit, but it's not quite enough. Red Protocol is going to use that solo punch just to make sure that nobody is going to stay on point. Be their shield is technically repairable, but oh no, this is a great push in, and all they need is just a few more seconds. It looked like there wasn't a chance, but true to their name, Last Second, with the literal last second take that looked like they were completely being held off, but all it takes is just one time, one good push, and that's what it was.
Last second or last millisecond there. It was so scary for them. But, I mean, right there, utilizing the high ground angle, especially for a Methis, is one of the best angles to play. You got to see it there. Not only did they have, of course, their units on the ground, Mr. Big Large was the one contesting to keep that point alive. But once the Methis gets up there, you have to realize that even though it's a support unit, it dishes out so much damage.
It's true. It can, especially if you can chunk a lot of people with the charged laser, the F. It is just an incredible amount of damage. I gotta say though, I gotta talk about this. We saw from both sides the butterfly G maneuver started from the turn A Gundams, and then both sides countered with an air-to-air Ashamar punch. So both Red Protocol and Mr. Big Large both were ready at the exact same spot right at the start of that G maneuver pop to counter it perfectly, stun them out of the air. It was incredible. And we saw actually in the last tournament, we saw, I think it was, I can't remember, it was Chaotic or Gasman. We see them both so much, that was using the Barbados G maneuver to in the air to cancel that out and counter it out of the air. So we're now starting to see these amazing counters for it. And I mean, the fact that both teams did it at basically the exact same place in the exact same way is sick.
Yeah, incredibly potent, being able to respond to that. I mean, having that tool in your, that response in your back pocket, really being able to showcase your skill and be like, yeah, I got this. This is no longer the butterfly map. This is typically, where you see a lot of highlight reels when it comes to that turn A play, but now it's getting shut down time and time and again.
Well, I think we might get a chance to see some more highlight plays. We'll see if we can have a counter every single time, or if we'll see some full team wipes. We're going to go to a map that we see quite a bit of that on. But we're going to go to a short break as we get the players set up. But we're going to go right back into map number 2 right after this. Map 1 of Tekka Dynasty versus Last Second did not disappoint, and I guarantee that map number 2 here on Harbor City will not as well, as we are going to be up 1 game on the side of Last Second, literally pulling it back in the last second, or even less than that in the overtime. But now it's time to see who's got the sniping skills.
Yeah, and it seems like Last Second might not want to snipe at all. There we go. Once again, they will go ahead and pick that one up. So yeah, Tazim was hovering over that Pale Rider, but they kind of need to answer at long range. Even though you got the Quasi Sniper in the turn A, you might need to deal a little bit more damage, have that instant pick potential onto, well, 5-6, excuse me, of the other side.
We've seen so many turn A's do so well here. I'm really interested to see the combo of that along with the Hyperion, though, which is something that, of course, we haven't seen had a chance to see. We've seen the great usage of the new Gundam G maneuver to push through the choke point. Not here, of course, once we get to the second point, which I feel is a little bit inevitable. But now that we're seeing Dark and Fester really stick with this Hyperion, I'm excited to see how the shield can help with that push, especially if you've got the turn A behind it. 6 gun tank woos. That's a big advantage going into this, but here we go.
All right, now we're going to see the sniper battles. We do have a cheeky turret set up in the back, and Invictus actually didn't buy that much in terms of G maneuver buildup. Fusion Blackie already getting some damage off. You can see the double shields being utilized here is going to create a lot of space for Red Protocol, but he's still getting body shot from behind, or excuse me, through it all. So he does have to be careful here as he eats a direct rocket as well. Last Second, of course, doing a great job. Like the typical spot you will here on that initial corner, as they are playing super far back. Red Protocol needs some heals. A robot needs to help him out. There we go. He finds the shot onto Tazim. We'll see if they can get the res onto him, but doesn't seem like anyone is there in response. Mr. Big Large, though, finds a nice little off angle. Double repair coming out to get him back on in. A sword pushing forward to buy some space, as Tekka Dynasty now does need to be careful.
Oh, that pick was so good, but again, another pick, 2 more picks, 3 more picks. Red Protocol on the Jim Sniper, just taking out the entire team in the background. What an MVP play. Of course, almost went down, but again, got picked back up. Like you said, you can tell how much they value Red Protocol on this map, that 2 people were repairing at the exact same time. And you know what? They were right to do so, as that was a total of 4 picks in the first push from Red Protocol.
Yeah, even though those buildings are great to play around, you have to be careful on the retreat, because all you reveal as you're backing away is basically the head. And you know what? That's what Jim Sniper loves to shoot. Now, though, they are set up to try and play around this choke. You can see the defense coming up from Last Second. They don't have any G maneuvers built up here to try and hold things down, but neither do Tekka Defense to try and bust through this so far. Hawklight is only 50% towards that Screaming Nimbus, which is what a lot of people are going to try and utilize to try and crack through this.
Well, that's a cool angle Tazim was holding, but gets picked again. Road Protocol. Why is Road Protocol not on Jim Sniper every single map, every single point? I don't know. This is unbelievable. Oh, this is too aggressive. Okay, maybe a little bit too much. Okay.
I don't know if he was expecting maybe his team to jump on over with him, or if they kind of missed it. I don't know how. And that creates the opening. Last Second, they will charge forward. An Ashmar punch just for good measure. But you do have Fusion Blackie, of course. He's going to have that butterfly up in 12% more. They'll be able to chain it with the energy cable of Evictus. So Tekka Dynasty now really on the back foot, because they don't have anything to open up that choke point. Hawklight is still kind of struggling here with the way that Last Second are clumping up to allow him to build up the G maneuver.
Sotoras is going to lead the charge once again. There's just so much damage. There's so much focus coming out of Last Second. They've got really great DPS, and here we go. Here's the butterfly. We'll see if there is any counter to this. It looks like they're just going to back up, or go back up to the spawn, more like. That is going to be, once again, the big Airbnb combo, the combo between that and the cable, the energy cable from a robot. And, I'm sorry, not from a robot, from the other side, from Evictus. And that is just a reset. But the thing is, that reset, they were already so far back that they're not losing that much time from it. I know that sounds wild, that like a full team wipe is not as impactful, but they didn't get staggered. And look, they're back in within like 20, 30 seconds. And there was
they
2 G
now
maneuvers for that.
have the tools to try and charge forward. There is the Screaming Nimbus. 3 members caught up on the front line. That's going to allow Robot to follow up. There's a second one to Zim all the way in the back, though. And Rancer's in response. Never mind, he's actually right in the thick of things. And he picks off 2. So that will slow down Tekka Dynasty on this push. And so it's gonna have to be a full regroup around, allowing Last Second to actually set up for the defense, unless their shield ends up getting flamed now with 1 HP. A soar, the pincer attack onto the tanks will take him out. Now Tekka Dynasty can push forward with a tank advantage.
Oh, that was actually a great last shot that we just saw from Hawklight, but this is their big chance here, and even if they get wiped here, they need to play in a way where if they don't give up that choke point. They've got plenty of time, 1 minute 45 seconds. That's like 2 solid pushes. Oh, but Fusion Blackie going down, trading for Hawklight. This is going to be a brawl here, I think, on this point. As soon as somebody gets in, Victor's getting a lot of mileage, though.
Yeah, and Tism actually swaps on over to that Hyperion, so double tank for them on this regroup, and Dark Infestor now caught out by himself. You can see how difficult it is to actually chew through that shield, but ultimately he will go down, and so Last Second are able to force them back to that choke point once again. They will have the Screaming Nimbus along with the funnels, and that's actually a great combo to try and shut down one final push. But on the other side, they have multiple iterations of combos, 4 G maneuvers available. Red Protocol with the punch. They've got the butterfly along with the funnels, and here it is, the butterfly being utilized first, and he's shut down midair.
Wow, the punch I think actually missed, but the focus fire of the team was just so strong, or maybe it just hit barely and the damage helped on top of it, but that is a complete shutdown of 2 GM maneuvers. That is no longer, these teams are making a statement, it's no longer the free team wipe that it used to be, that we saw in the first several months of the game. I love to see it, but here we go, offense, TKD, they are on the point. They're holding a strong here. They've got their tanks, they've got quite a bit of offensive pressure with that Screaming Nimbus. They're going to at least get 2 ticks, probably at least get 3 ticks, but it's one final push. No, maybe not even. Look how long it's taking them to spawn.
Yeah, and they have the punch to use as well, so their shield will not last long here. They don't even need to utilize that G maneuver to shut him down, as they end up trading away. Oh no, the trades are not going in their favor quite yet, but the turret is there for a robot to pick up a few more now in extra time, taking away. Tekka Dynasty just needs to clear off 1 more member of Last Second, and they will be able to get it in overtime, securing the 2 points. And so now Last Second, all they can do is try and draw things out.
You know, when I said that I guarantee that this was not going to be a disappointing match, I was correct. This is going down to overtime on 2 successful pushes between, this map and the last map. These teams are so close in skill. I am completely unbiased here. I really want to see a game 3 between these two. This is such an evenly matched set.
And now as we swap on sides, it's going to be Last Second attacking here. It was Red Protocol that came up with the huge picks for Tekka Dynasty on that Gym Sniper. We'll see what happens on the other side if Tizim can have a very similar performance.
This is so much on these DOMs. I mean, obviously, aside from just the damage, like the fact that they get to control these choke points and help push through these choke points. I mean, okay, pretty much every map is a DOM map, but this one in particular, I feel it's really, really good for just every single angle that DOM likes to play. We don't get as many high grounds, so it's harder for enemy teams to hold the high ground against the DOM, maybe at this first point, but once you get to B, you're not really going to get that spot where you have to shoot up and direct hit people because you can't splash damage on the ground. And of course, Screaming Nimbus is just one of the most important aspects to the entire push in that B choke point. So the DOMs, they've got to impress, and they have been, for sure. Both Blue Jay and Hawklight have made game-changing plays.
Yeah, and here's the interesting swap-off coming out from Last Second. And so they're no longer going to play that turn A, which is kind of surprising here. Yeah, and it's such a strong tool, so they'll really be utilizing basically Blue Jay on that DOM. Once they get past that first half of the map, they make it through the choke, and so they're going to play the double tank. They've got Fusion Blackie as well, swapping on over to the Unicorn to provide extra shields for their squad.
Oh, this is him immediately getting body shot. This has been honestly the sniper kind of just exhibition from Red Protocol. I forgot how good it was in the very first push of this first round, but we'll see how it goes on defense. Oh, not so great, I would say. It's Zim this time on the offense is going to be able to get that first pick, and it's going to be a long run back for Red Protocol.
Yeah, and it's a slow regroup coming out from last second, understanding how long the respawn timer is and how long the run back is as well. So they're not trying to force anything yet. They will have the man advantage for a good 10-15 seconds, and that's plenty of time for a Gem Sniper to try and pick up get a pick here. You can see as soon as you get bodied, you no longer peek. I love the discipline coming out from Tekka Dynasty here, but they're still just trying to buy as much time as possible. Last second now, closing in on that side. It's going to be a sword getting the first knock.
Ooh, yeah, Be Their Shield going down is going to hurt this push so much. Zim's going to trade it out. Red Protocol is going down again, though. And this is now down to a 4v4, all on point. Both the snipers gone. This is just a brawl. A robot doesn't have too much health of their own, but oh my gosh, this is like almost nobody left here. This is like a 2v2 at this point. Nobody's team wiping. They're just brawling. Okay, the run back here from last second is definitely going to give them an advantage.
Yeah, Tism is still here, though, on that Gem Sniper. Honestly, just needs one shot onto a robot. You can see he is now passively healing up. I feel like he also utilized the health pack. And here comes the run back. TKD basically back here in full force, but Hawklight has to be careful. He's on point. Tism getting some great shots. Misses that body, though, which would have been absolutely crucial. We'll pop the G maneuver, but it's Mr. Big Large going in and going down with that punch. Does give his life for the effort. They are on point right now with 2 minutes remaining. Nice mid-air shot coming out from Tizim, utilizing that G maneuver, but they're still trading back on the other side from Tekka Dynasty. This isn't the cleanest take as the point is getting contested. Last second, need to clear things out, and there it is. Dark Infestor going down, and with a minute 40 seconds left on the clock, they will be able to take it.
The jump pad with the G maneuver active into the headshot. That was so sick on the counter sniper. That's definitely the play that confirmed them getting that first point. But now here's where it's going to be important. And we do have, of course, Evictus on that Hyperion. Let's see if it comes into play here. It definitely helped a lot, I would say, on the push on the other side from TKD as they're trying to push in. But we do see Nostalgia with the butterfly at the ready. We see the energy cable. It's going to be the combo again. Is there a counter, or is this just a team wipe? I'll tell you which one of those. It is the second. Almost every single person, one person away from being an actual 6 kill. Oh, come on, the flex. Relax.
You had to hit him with it. As you can see, instantly, last second, they try to focus him down, but he was immediately on top of them. Invictus getting repaired up last second with 3 minutes remaining now. Still need to try and break through this choke, but they don't have the tools quite yet. Blue Jay is close. One more decent shot will basically get him that Screaming Nimbus. They can charge forward with Fusion Blackie's G maneuver as well. And so anyone that gets brought low by that Screaming Nimbus is basically going to be one shot to that Gundam Unicorn G maneuver.
I really want to see... Oh, there's a sneak around from Mr. Big Large. I'm not even going to finish that thought. This is going to be combined with this Fusion Blackie G maneuver. That is going to be a lot of potential damage. It looks like it chunked quite a bit of the team. They're backing up, trying to get some health back. But they are going to hold because Be Your Shield once again going down. They've been focusing down the Tsuzabi so well. And I don't even think they've got that many great, I guess you could say, dedicated anti-shield options. They're just focusing. Their focus fire has been incredible.
Yeah, and for last second now, they are absolutely struggling here. I mean, you can see that they try to utilize just the one G maneuver, try to be a little bit disciplined in terms of how they rotate that around, but honestly, they had just waited a little bit longer. 5% more for Blue Jay to have that Screaming Nimbus. There it is, the Screaming Nimbus charging forward. A robot was able to get to the skies to get away from a lot of damage, and now he's in the back line as this Methus. He's still somehow alive, but ultimately last second in this very scrappy push are able to clean up Tekka Dynasty, and now it's all going to come down to Hawklight. Blue Jay should be able to get repaired as they are not on the point quite yet. Finally, they are here, but they're making progress a little bit too late. Tekka Dynasty are coming back with that Screaming Nimbus. Hawklight, did he survive? And he does. It looks like he might have been off map for just a second there, but you can see how well they're able to answer back. And now last second, basically on their last legs here for this map with only 50 seconds remaining. A lot of G maneuvers utilized in that last push, and now Tekka Dynasty have gotten them all the way back to this choke point.
Oh no, Victus knocked right off the map, right into the Dr. Pepper, and that is just not much time left. We're going to have to see somebody fly over, I think, to try and, I mean, obviously it's going to have to be Mr. Big Large, and we are going to see at least that attempt right there. Not going to try to overcommit and just get picked out of the sky, but, oh, great focus on the flyover. Not going to allow that to happen, and Victus does have the Lancer here. This could be one of the best times to use it. You kind of have to use it right now. Only 19 seconds left. There's plenty of health on board. Honestly, you could almost even use it to just fly at this point. Like, you need to get there. 10 seconds left. Oh no, Mr. Big Large is always one of the only chances. I think this has to be the activation now. 5 seconds left. Who's going to get on point? Zim is going to be the first. And actually, this is huge. Almost a full team wipe. They can take the entire thing right here. Pull this to a draw. Look at this. The temp is still available. This could be. Oh, look at this. This is a sick little spot.
He has been spotted out. Red Protocol has this G maneuver, and they are all now on the high ground. Red Protocol dropping down low. Blue Jay needs some heals, needs some backup for his squad. And here is the butterfly once again. Nostalgia can deal with all of them, and it looks like last second are going to get cleaned up. Tekka Dynasty possibly sending us over to a map 3, but now they end up losing out on 2 somehow. Tism keeps things alive with that Pale Rider, and that will be it. Round 2 is over. Last second secure the point.
Wow, yeah, I totally thought they were losing that, but just not quite. Those G maneuvers just didn't quite have the effect that they needed it to, and so we are going into the overtime round, and both of these teams with the exact same amount of time because both of them won in overtime. That's incredible. I'm telling you, this has to be maybe the closest match in skill between any two teams that we've ever seen on any of these broadcasts. This is super sick, but that means there's very little time. And having very little time for overtime on this map in particular is tough because just by the pure run alone, it takes so long to get to point A. Regardless of whether you win the first fight or you lose the first fight, the run from point A is long and the run from point A to point B is long as well. So there's just a lot of travel time. There can be no room for mistakes, but starting with that extra 50% G maneuver meter that you get in overtime is going to be key.
Yeah, and luckily for us, or I don't know luckily or not, but if this goes to a decider match, it is a map that cannot be drawn on, so we will have a winner regardless. But you would imagine with how close that this match has been, how both teams have been fairly equal across the board, that if it was any other map, if it was a Mountain R&D, we might even have a decider fourth map at that point. So here we go. With a minute 30 seconds remaining, it does seem like teams are pretty much set on the compositions that they want to run. A robot is on that Methis, as it looks like it's going to be a supportless composition for last second here on the defense.
I do. Oh, wait. Yeah, Tazim being on the Pale Rider is really cool. We haven't seen Tazim on the Pale Rider since really all of today. So I really want to see again that damage coming out. Pale Rider did, of course, get nerfed since the first time that we've seen Tazim, or the last time that we've seen Tazim, really. But overall, the damage can still be ridiculous if your aim is good. And now Red Protocol, see if they can get the picks that they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of the Pale Rider instead, because if you already have 50% towards that G maneuver, if you get the Hades early on, that's GG. Essentially, that's a 1-for-1 exchange, though Dark Infestor going down for B, their shield, but they end up getting that repair gun up, and now and we'll have multiple members ready to push. It's going to be 4 members for last second trying to defend here. Zim has gotten spotted out as well, and so that should just be point A for Tekka Dynasty.
This is exactly what they needed, pushing so quickly, and honestly not using any G maneuvers is the most important thing, because they are going to need every single G maneuver that they can get to point B. Of course, look at that. With how quick that was, there's only 15 seconds left. Like, they did not have room for error. But the fact that they got A means that even if this gets to defense, that is kind of a huge advantage for them. But the bigger advantage is the fact they were about to have 6 G maneuvers. Nostalgia is the only one with the turn A that doesn't have it quite yet.
Yeah, Blue Jay doesn't have anything to respond with. We do have the punch, though, for Mr. Big Large. We'll see if he gets value with it. He ends up finding 1 at the very least. Hawklight trying to chase down this turn A. Will be able to find Fusion Blackie, but that's a 1-for-1 exchange. They lose out on Nostalgia. And now last second might have an opportunity. And take a look at the picks coming out, though. Tekka Dynasty, Hawklight pushing all the way towards their spawn right now. Has to be careful. but you can see they're still fighting in the back here. So I feel like you have to finish the fight first, as Tekka Dynasty now kind of scrambling with a minute to go might have squandered their opportunity.
They've got to combo something here. I mean, they do have the classic combo of the energy cable and the butterfly, but they do not have much time to follow it up. And right now, Nostalgia is pretty low. Nostalgia needs to get healed up. Oh no, going down is just one of the worst things that can happen. I actually love the fact that we're seeing Last Second split up, so they're not as vulnerable to a push like that. It's going to be hard to actually target all of them underneath you at once. But here we go. This is the last chance. Got to use everything. We've got as well the Lancer, but I don't know if you can really hit that many people with it. They all kind of lined up in a row. This has to be it.
Yeah, now they're charging forward. Here comes out the butterfly, and Nostalgia ends up finding one. There's a second as he's just trying to make his way to the point to keep things alive. 8 seconds remaining, and he finally gets shot down out of the sky. Mr. Big Large picking that one up, and Zim with the Hades will go ahead and finish things off. Tekka Dynasty end up taking point A, but get almost no progress whatsoever on the second half on point B. So Last Second now, all they need to do is get there and get 33%.
That counter butterfly call was so good, right? I mean, you have the ability to basically team wipe with that combo of the 2G maneuvers, the butterfly and the energy cable. But if you can't follow it up, then there's not that much that you can do with it, especially when you're down to that last second. The fact that basically the only person who got to the point was the turn A landing from the butterfly meant that if they could just get that single pick, then the counter butterfly would basically stop the entire push, and that's exactly what they did. So really great stuff using the counter G maneuvers there, waiting for the right moments, but getting that first point is huge, right? You could easily get like 2 team wipes, or not even 2 team wipes, just like 2 big staggers here as defense, as Tekka Dynasty, and they could win very, very easily.
Yeah, so now Last Second, we'll see if Tizim, even though he started off on the Pale Rider on defense, it looks like he's still actually hovering over it, despite kind of some of the issues that Last Second ran into. You know, Tizim, as he was trying to get the DPS out, unfortunately, you know, there was a lot of pressure being put on to be their shield, and so he needs to play maybe a little bit further back, and that's what you would do basically if you were on that Gym Sniper, playing much further back. But it looks like he will go ahead and stick with that. He does have the opportunity to swap things off. Hawklight, of course, going for the usual setup on that Dom Trooper to see if he can get a cheeky pick onto one member dropping on top of those mines.
That's one of the best places. Actually, we saw a really cool tech last tournament where somebody placed it on the door right above where they're walking out, and all 3 mines explode and it hits everybody on their team. I would love to see that again. Not this time, but let's see how the push goes. Zim again is going to be aggressively playing on the Pale Rider. Yeah, no Gym Sniper is really potentially a tough call here, but they just want to death ball in, and that's what's happening. They're pushing on this left side, but immediately Zim is the first one to get picked.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate for them, as they have to back away from this as well. They're kind of stuck in a corner at this point. Victus does shield on up, but Red Protocol still has angles to play off of. Hawklight finds another pick once again. These Dom Trooper players are absolutely insane. Red Protocol, a nice little finish off onto Fusion Blackie there. They are going to try and get the repair, and Blue Jay does get him up. And so that's a faster regroup basically, but now they're down to one final push. Last second, 40 seconds remaining, but it's going to be the G maneuver on the other side. Red Protocol will be able to call out all their angles.
Oh, that's going to have to mean everything, though. There's really not many. Oh, other G maneuvers available. Red Protocol going down. Zim's going to get the pick right there. A sword going down as well. This looks like more than enough picks to at least win this fight, and that is going to be nearly a full team wipe, so this might go to a draw. This is almost the exact same amount of time that was left as we saw the other side take point A, but look at this, already being aggressive. The Hades is up, and honestly, Zim on the Hades, one of the most terrifying things you could possibly imagine. They are going to not have much time, but they are going to have the resources to make this potentially happen.
Yeah, they almost have funnel, they almost have the butterfly as well, and Mr. Big Large, if he can find a flank for that punch. But on the other side, they've got the butterfly cable as well. Zim burns down as he tries to back away. We'll see if they can possibly get the repair onto him. No, it looks like he was finished off, and so they'll have to wait things out in that regard. Be their shield. Oh no, unfortunately falling off the map there is going to mean a reset for Last Second. That means Tekka Dynasty builds up even more G maneuvers for this hold. They've almost got the Lancer, they've got the funnels, 4 online now. They're basically only going to be missing out on that punch.
Oh, that's going to have to mean everything, though. There's really not many. Oh, other G maneuvers available. Red Protocol going down. Zim's going to get the pick right there. A sword going down as well. This looks like more than enough picks to at least win this fight, and that is going to be nearly a full team wipe, so this might go to a draw. This is almost the exact same amount of time that was left as we saw the other side take point A, but now they're down to one final push. Last second, 40 seconds remaining. But it's going to be the G maneuvers on the other side. Red Protocol will be able to call out all their angles. Oh, that's going to have to mean everything, though. There's really not many. Oh, other G maneuvers available. Red Protocol going down. Zim's going to get the pick right there. A sword going down as well. This looks like more than enough picks to at least win this fight, and that is going to be nearly a full team wipe, so this might go Oh, but here we go. Double G maneuver. How many people get picked up? Oh, 3. I don't even know. 2 into the ocean. 1 more getting knocked all the way to the other side of the map. And that's the Lancer that we wanted to see. That is the push we needed. And the single tick is all that's necessary. And that's going to be it once again. Last second, in the last second, finally, we see the Lancer that needed to be.
Oh man, made me sound like R2-D2 at the end there when he's going for a ride on that X-Wing, but I mean, it wasn't just me going for a ride, it was Tekka Dynasty. You got finally what you wanted to see today, Evan.
Exactly. I mean, I've said this before that the stream. I was like, all right, I want to see somebody. I want to see a team get lifted into the air with that Lancer. I want to see that happen, and that was exactly what we saw. And the thing was, even if that didn't do enough damage, it could have been redirected into the ocean, and that would have been enough. So that's exactly what I wanted to see. But the impact of that was so good, and honestly, it came down to exactly what you said. It's a tough G maneuver to, or actually maybe it was Lux said, but it's a tough G maneuver to use out in the open, right? It's very easy to get targeted down by everybody who's on the side, but it was behind the Screaming Nimbus. So the Screaming Nimbus came out, everybody was like, hold on, let's get out of the way of this. And then all of a sudden, right behind the Screaming Nimbus, there's just the little dude, Hyperion, just and just picking everybody up. And that was absolutely sick. And that was honestly just such a good set.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how like exactly physics works here, but it was kind of like, you know, bicyclists, right? When they're in a big race and they got their teams, they're kind of slipstreaming behind as well to reduce drag. I don't know if you pick up extra speed here in Gundam Evolution by doing that, but you definitely should. And it was an amazing push coming out from him. We were waiting for that combo basically all day long, Screaming Nimbus into Lancer, and we finally got to see it as well here in match number 3.
I'm so happy with that. I'm actually really sad that that's not going to go to a map number 3 overall, because that set was just so good. And it literally came down to overtime successes like 4 different times in that set, only on 2 maps. So I really want to see, okay, again, unbiased. I really want to see every team do well here, but I really want to see at some point during the tournament, these 2 teams get a rematch. And I think with the level that they're playing, I think there's a really high chance of that.
Yeah, that's right. Tekka Dynasty aren't out. We still have the lower bracket running, and so there is a large possibility that rematch could happen, whether it's in the grand finals or down there in the lower bracket. It does seem like we're almost fated for one. So I'm glad that we get to run this double elimination style because we get to see some of the best matchups once again.
It's true. And I honestly, too, feel that both of these teams stand a really good chance of being the one to, well, honestly, really just make Mafty bleed. I don't think they've actually lost a game, or maybe they've only lost one single game throughout the entirety of their past 3 tournament runs. And currently they're staying undefeated in this current one as well. But they're going to be going now tomorrow, of course, and against Last Second in the winners finals. So I think Last Second, especially with all those names, the way that they've been playing today, I think they stand a really, really good chance. This top 3 especially is going to be really competitive, but there's still, of course, like you said, the entire losers bracket. We've got some other great teams down there that I for sure think stand a really good chance of also making it back up to the top 3. And I'll love to see it more competitive every single tournament.
Yeah. And again, you know, after basically it being the Mafty show for the first 2 matches, and they really got to flex their kind of team play. Again, here we got to see it a lot more scrappy. We got to see a lot more individual plays when it came down to it. And I like it because it is, you know, a time for exploration right now with a new unit and a lot of units being nerfed and buffed and such. Like, this is an exciting time for Gundam Evolution competitive.
It is. The comps that we've seen today have been very wide, to say the absolute minimum. It's been, I think, some of the most varied comps that we've seen of any of these tournaments so far, and we're getting through quite a few of them now. Let's see. We had the Pilot Showdown into the 2 named ones, so we're on like the 6th or 7th broadcast of basically the Gundam Evolution New Type League type stuff, and I think we've seen most of the suits today. There's only a few that we haven't seen. We haven't seen Mihiru. We haven't seen Marasai, which I'm really excited to see, the changed Marasai. And Zakusumele, of course, is still in competitive quarantine. But most of the others, we've even seen Guntank today. I'm going to have to take a look. Hopefully, I think we are ready to go to a break, I believe. Oh, maybe not. Okay, yeah, we are. So we are going to go to a short break. I'm going to count up the number of suits that we haven't seen quite yet. I feel like I'm definitely missing one. But when we come back, we are going to start the losers bracket run. And we're going to see which of those teams makes it all the way back. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Breakout Series Event number 3 right after this. stuff from the defensive side. Looks like we're getting it back again, but it looks like the push may go to B this time, and it definitely has already.
But Nox is turning things around despite being able to get the Mega Charge down onto point B. Nox with that Trans Am finds maybe the 4th kill in just a moment, narrowly missing that out. But they will be able to pick that one up onto Invictus in with that dive. But again, Zazabi versus Zazabi this time around. Exponent will be the first one to fall, and this looks like a good hold now coming out from Bozos, only losing out on their Dom. Mr. Big Large has his Ashmar punch, but it doesn't even matter. They finally touched the point at the end there, but we'll see. Fusion Blackie ends up going down. That's going to be Blue Jay coming in with the Trans Am. He doesn't have a health pack here, but he's still chasing one more down. Throw, but he will go down. It's going to be David, though, finding one more as Enders gets that nade in to take out Offlight. And what a beautiful hold coming out from our defense.
Yeah, and so almost getting that health pack just to barely stay up, but same thing with the robot, both of them just not quite getting what they want. That was an aggressive chase. That's going to be 3 ticks, and there's only 3 people up on the side of skill issue, and that's slowly going to turn into less, and now there's only about 1 person ready to challenge. It's going to be the Trans Am, though, going to get 1 pick, but only 1. We are still going to see the Methods, but that's the entire team.
Himself some health, and that's going to be the 2nd tick coming in for skill issue.
Yeah, oh, nice avoidance from Amano, not getting jumped on. That can be pretty well reacted to if you're ready for it, but look at this, G maneuver into G maneuver, and that is going to be so many players on the side of Bozos going down.
G maneuvers available, never mind just the one as Nitro Genocide goes down. Trans Am is up, they've got the Unicorn ulti as well. They might be able to just finish this one off without it. 15 seconds remaining, and that was huge coming out from. We're able to answer it back. They've almost popped all of their G maneuvers as well. Amano with a nice little shot there on Invictus. Could be another knock coming out from Blue Jay.
Yeah, Mono still just, oh my gosh. Okay, it just immediately going down over there. Maybe a little bit of overcommitment going against 2 very strong close range suits right there. But while they lost Invictus for a little bit, of course, just brought them back up. But this might give enough time. And oh my gosh, on the Exia too, that's huge.
Yeah, Amano is doing so much right now. That's going to be another one going down. There's a 3rd. Amano cannot be stopped. The 3rd tick actually comes on in. The Screaming Nimbus is a little bit late, but they're going to try and engage with that, and he ends up somehow surviving. What just happened there? It was like sheer force of will to keep it on there, and he does end up going down, but here's Gasman now to clean things up at the end of the fight, but someone is still on point. They do end up giving away 3 ticks, but the defense will hold. Gasman pops his G maneuver, finds 1. We'll see if he can get a little bit more. Nox is backing up as well, but again, they have to start playing around the defense here, but they end up going down. Dark Infestor now charging forward. He doesn't have his heal. He will have it now in time to keep his team topped off. But a huge punch from Nitro Genocide as the time ticks away.
LANFest is community. LANFest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANFest is gaming. Come join LANFest.
It's time for the losers bracket here at the Breakout Series Event number 3, presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. I am AGP Wonder Chef, joined once again by James Jamerson Lee, and we've got just a few matches left to see who will be in our top players for tomorrow.
Yeah, and we have already had some amazing matches, but I'm so glad that we get to see Tekka Dynasty again. This time around, they'll be facing off against Skill Issue in the lower bracket, and that means this is your final chance. You lose and you go home.
Yeah, no skill issues here. But actually, I do need to talk about the fact that Skill Issue is a team that we've seen quite a few different versions of, and today is no exception. We've seen basically, we saw between, I think, 2 events ago and last event, or maybe it was 3 and then 2 ago, whatever it was, we saw an entirely full team shift. There was only about 1 person left on the team. And from the last time that we saw them, the last event to this one, we're seeing the exact same thing again. There are a lot of players that I'm not as familiar with on the team. I believe only 1 single player is actually remaining from their previous rosters. So it'll be really interesting to see how this new-ish team plays together that has a familiar name overall. But they're going to be going up against Tekka Dynasty, who is a team that has just continued to get stronger and stronger. And with their roster changes this time around, I think are maybe even the strongest they've ever been.
Yeah, and now let's go ahead and take a look at the map picks and bans for this one. It's been very interesting so far with the latest patch, how players have been banning things out, because so far, some of our more popular maps of this season have been getting banned out. Colony Trading Post will be the first one to go.
When Harbor City as the second, that does make me think that they might be going for some of the domination maps. No, Corey as a first map. That is a pretty up-close map, though. And that is going to be a Tekka Dynasty pick off the bat. And then we are going to go to Mountain R&D Lab. Still just the most consistently picked map of this event. Probably going to stick that way overall, regardless of whether it gets picked or not again. But we're going to some closer range maps.
Yeah, overall, I love Mountain R&D because, you know, it is a little bit simpler to play when it comes down to basically the team play, right? There are very few places of engagement, unlike Thermal Plant, which has been banned out, where it's a lot more scrappy. There are a lot more angles for flankers to try and find. In Mountain R&D, you're going to have a lot more full 6v6s.
It's really, yeah, like a lane map, I think, is maybe what it could be called. But Underground Command Center will be the decider. We haven't seen a Game 3 yet so far, but Underground Command Center is definitely the widest open map of these 3, so we'll see if we get to that option or if we're going to get a lot of close range maps. Despite the fact that Quarry is a destruction map, that first point on it is just so it's so close range, right? You can play along the walls going up to the waypoint. You can play inside the B hallways, and you never really have to fight too long range until at least you get to that second point. And even then, it's more of a mid-range one. So we'll see if they can really take advantage of that, because we did see in the last set that Tekka Dynasty played, of course, it was the last set that we saw on stream, it was a lot more wide open. We had way more wide open maps. However, they might be going for a little bit more of a brawling strategy here. And again, against the new version of Skill Issue, the new Skill Issue, I genuinely have zero idea how this is going to go.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned it, right? This is one of the maps where brawlers do tend to succeed a little bit better, but we haven't seen that much Barbados on the day. We saw it in our first match earlier, but then we kind of went back to just no brawlers, even no Exias. It's so interesting how in the span of 3 months, how quickly the meta shifts. I mean, we went from Exia being in every single match to Exia being out, and Barbados, now he was finding a small resurgence in our last 2 events, falling out of favor as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe it's just some unfortunate luck. Of course, you know, with unfortunate luck, Gasman, one of our signature Barbados players, had some technical issues and is on the roster and is there in chats. Shout outs to Gasman, but wasn't playing. Chaotic, another one that we usually see, is on a roster today, but wasn't in the actual game. So I'm not sure if they're actually here as well. But we'll see if we get any Barbados. This is definitely a Barbados map. Of course, we're going to get these players loaded into the game. So as we wait for them to get in, we're going to take our short break, but we're going to go right into game number 1 of our first losers bracket match of the day right after this.
I don't wanna cry. Wanna cry.
Quarry will be our first map of the losers finals here. Sorry, not losers finals, the losers bracket match between Tekka Dynasty and Skill Issue. I'm jumping a little bit too far forward. We still got a few matches before losers finals, but it's time to see what this new Skill Issue can do and what we're going to see out of Tekka Dynasty in their second broadcast match in a row.
And we were wondering if we were going to see the Barbados. Chaotic is in the match for Tekka Dynasty. On the other side for Skill Issue, Mikazuki will also be popping that one off as well. The compositions aren't exactly the same though, as we do have a Gundam Unicorn, Turn A Gundams coming out for Skill Issue here on the defense.
Yeah, it is funny actually. I was like, yeah, Chaotic was on a roster, but it just hasn't played yet. And then immediately Chaotic comes in. So great to see that. Big Chaotic fan, of course. Now on the other side, Bonekel is the only player who's remaining from Skill Issue. Everybody else, I'm not as familiar with. I think I've seen Saint Michael play. Yeah, Saint Michael actually was there before, I think. Maybe they're just under a different name. But hey, the Guntank Woos. Any 6 Guntank Woo, I gotta cheer for that. But here we go. Tekka Dynasty will be on the offense to begin with, and we'll see if now Dark Infestor, their committed player on this Hyperion, will be able to help them push through.
Yeah, Chaotic. It's all going to come down to him. We'll see if he can go ahead and find the angle. Now, the interesting thing is that the high ground is actually available for Chaotic to try and get up there, but it doesn't even matter. That's going to be Red Protocol getting that first knock. There we go. Chaotic with the opening is in the back line with that Barbados right on top of him. Oh, if he could have taken out mid-air, swapped him down, never mind. He could continue to chase. Chaotic is straight on the Mega Charge plant as well.
Oh my gosh, Chaotic coming in hot. Like, it's like, oh yeah, we didn't get a chance to see much Barbados today. And Chaotic's like, hold up, I'll show you all the Barbados. I'll make up for it in the first push, the first life. That was incredible. And that wasn't even like single combos. That's the true strength of a good Barbados player, is playing when you're not just literally one-shotting people and then dying. If you can be consistent, which is exactly what Chaotic's doing, it's sick.
Surprisingly enough, they went for the plant onto A, where I think if you've got a Barbados player that's popping off, maybe you want to go ahead and plant around B, where you have a lot more high ground to play around, and forcing people into chokes. You got to be careful here. Skill Issue still need to try and get the defuse, but take a look at that. That's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. The overall overhead throw onto Chaotic to finish him off. The 1-for-1 isn't enough for them. Now they will try and get onto the point to try and defuse, but they are right into the shield. Mikazuki will end up finding one, but that is not going to be enough to try and get the Mega Charge disarm. And so now we're going to point the second half of the map. Red Protocol actually chasing after these staggers, and we'll be able to find them.
Oh my gosh, I feel like we're like 10 seconds into this match and we're already about to get a plant, or at least getting the waypoint at very minimum. I love that strategy that they took to try and use the shield of the Hyperion to try and like just protect somebody while they disarmed. But unfortunately, the I think it was the Methis was just slightly outside of the shield, and I can't even talk about that because we're already here with a Brono fell down, got pushed back as the grab came out. Very unfortunate for RX Moon.
Oh man, things are looking really bad for Skill Issue as they end up losing out on 3. They only trade away for Dark Infestor there finally. Hawklight will go down, but the Mega Charge is getting planted down there on B site. This is where Chaotic needs to shine, but he ends up falling in that duel up against the enemy Barbados. Now he is extremely close to his G maneuver as Mikazuki ends up going down. Melee might be able to get the repair onto him, and they will get him up just in time, but that's still buying time for Chaotic. Now we've got the Ashmar punch to just even stop anyone from trying to go for that disarm.
Oof, yeah, the picks here are huge. This feels like this might be it. They need to regroup and get one more fight in. They've got the G maneuver, or they got at least like 2 G maneuvers, right? They're not quite going to have enough time, I think, for the Screaming Nimbus, and that's a really unfortunate thing. But between the Barbados and the Ashmar G maneuvers, they're going to have a lot of lane clearing, and if they can clear out that little room of a lot of the defense, that's going to be their best option. However, can they even get there first is the main question. Oh, and that's going to be huge 3 from Dark Infestor, and that is such a huge delay. Somebody's on the disarm, but they just don't have many people. I assume that's gonna be it, and what a great Lancer there from Dark Infestor.
Ends up getting the triple, almost got a quad with that G maneuver as well. Dark Infestor really flexing his Hyperion play. And it came down to so many different players from Tekka Dynasty, honestly, having their own little moments to shine. We saw Chaotic there, creating some great openings. Red Protocol as well on that Ashmar. That was the initial pick that started the snowball here on the map.
I'm really loving the Hyperion play from Dark Infestor. I mean, you can just see the damage is really considerable. That was such a fast map that even the winning team didn't have very much damage. But Red Protocol and Dark Infestor leading the pack by quite a bit. But yeah, I'm loving this play. And I gotta shout it back again to Enders as well. Seeing these Pale Rider players switch over to the Hyperion is one of the coolest things for me. And it's clearly working out really, really well. You know, they're doing a ton of damage despite the fact that they're technically a tank. They're living longer. They've got the ability ability to support. They've got those game-changing Lancer G maneuvers that we literally just saw win a game, or at least confirm the game. I'm digging this. This is such a cool meta.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are fairly self-reliant, right? Pale Rider has his healing pad, but on the other side, you've got the shield for Hyperion. So either way, they're very self-reliant and don't really need the team to peel for them. But when they do have the peel and they have the space, they can do a lot more. I feel like the difference is that when it comes to the Hyperion, because he can play a little bit more front line, he can actually play a little bit more aggressive than a Pale Rider would typically. Now, though, as we swap side, skill issue, they have an uphill struggle because there's 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in the timing for Tekka Dynasty, so they need to be fast.
They need to be extremely fast. It looks like we're going to see a little bit of a push up from the turn A. I wonder if Chaotic's going to be defending. Yep, there we go. Chaotic just taking that leap into that little space, the little death box up there. And now nobody can push. That alongside the flame grenades are just go from Red Protocol. It's so difficult. So difficult to get into that spot. And even though there hasn't been that many full kills, just already stopping this momentum is huge because like you said, they have to go fast.
Oh! That's the 2-for-1 for Chaotic there. They will get another repair on to Moon. But man, he is an absolute shambles right now. They're going to go ahead and try to go back up, but you can see they're just having difficulty dealing with him. I mean, they need someone like the Ashmar to get up there, but you can see Chaotic somehow survives with about 50 HP and backs away, finally buying some space. But as soon as they actually get rid of him, they no longer end up holding the angle here. Finally, the duel ends up going in favor of Mikazuki, but it's still a 1-for-1 exchange. It is still offense sided. Of course, they'll have the respawn distances to be able to really play off of, but skill issue have not been able to push forward at all.
Even with that pick, that's tough. They just haven't been able to push past this classic little box area. But here we go. They're literally physically pushing in there. But look how much damage they took, especially from that flame. But just the combo of that and just a ton of shotgun shots coming out of Azor, just gonna shut down that push almost completely. Bonekel going down as well, trying to fly away. And this is not only basically a full team wipe, but a decent stagger as well. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. They're gonna have to spend at least about 20 seconds just waiting for those respawns before they even regroup, but they're pushing forward a little bit early.
And I love how they're playing this. Remember, back in the Pale Rider meta, Pale would usually play on the right-hand side to play off the health pack individually on the on the left side of the screen. But this time around, he's deathballing a little bit more, offering some support for his tank front line there. And they are finding it extremely difficult to deal with the double shield of the Sazabi along with that Hyperion. A robot finds another pick. That's going to be Mikazuki going down, allowing Chaotic to have so much more space, so much more presence here on the high ground. Dark and Fester with another pick as well. Now skill issue are just struggling like we've seen teams in the past with this waypoint.
The fact that they've already delayed this long is basically like not a game win, of course, but it's basically like a big win, a big moral victory. As far as just the advantage, no matter what happens, there's just going to be so much less time. Even if they just completely run through all the way here. Oh, but the jump over into the punch along with the Screaming Nimbus, that's going to be a huge way to push in. Chaotic's going down off the bat, but what a counter! What a counter with the Lancer once again. MVP has got to be Dark and Fester right now.
And I love the G maneuver discipline coming out from Tekka Dynasty there. All they utilized was that Hyperion G maneuver, the Lancer, along with the energy cable. And so they are just cycling through their G maneuvers for this hold. They're going to have that Barbados G maneuver. They're going to have the Screaming Nimbus, the punch, along with the funnels. And honestly, if you cycle it well, that's 2 pushes, but at this point, skill issue might only have 1. There's a first pick off again from Chaotic, or onto Chaotic, but we saw TKD fight back in a 5v6 with their great G maneuver usage.
And we might see a jump over here into a slam. That would be really deadly. We haven't seen that attempted too many times so far, at least on stream. But there's just so many people hiding behind this box, and this is the perfect. Oh, wow, actually dodged that axe, I think. This is the perfect spot to get the jump over. That's why we're seeing a lot of people backing up here, because he will jump over. Not enough people to slam, but the counter G maneuver here, the Screaming Nimbus coming out of Hawklight, is going to stop that push at least decently. And there's only 27 seconds left. They need to not only get that waypoint, they need to get onto the point. Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was beautiful. He heard them getting into the back line. It was a miracle play that Mikazuki was trying to go for there on that Barbados. Try to get the plant, maybe pull them away, because they have not been able to crack the defenses of Tekka Dynasty. Now coming down to the final seconds. 7 seconds remaining, and Chaotic is going to finish it off in the flash. He's got his G mover down. Asor has his funnel as well. And this is the impenetrable wall of Tekka Dynasty, shutting down skill issue in map number 1.
They have already adapted so well to basically all of these changes. I need to remind people here, if you're not as familiar with Gundam Evolution, this new season started like 3 days ago, maybe not even 3 days ago, like 2 days ago, 2.5 days. And already these teams are adjusting so well to using Hyperion. Like I said, I said it had to be the MVP, but the game also thought that Dark Confessor was the MVP. The Hyperion changes, basically all the balance changes, right? On top of everything. And they're just so on point already. It's so sick to see.
The scary part is that, yeah, this is just the first half week of exploration with this unit, especially in a competitive setting. And so you have to imagine that we're basically here in terms of potential, and we're, we can have so much of a higher skill ceiling when it comes to that unit. So I'm really excited about what the future holds for that particular unit.
I know, I'm actually kind of scared with how well it's been working so far from the players that we've seen today, but we will probably get another game of Hyperion in map number 2 of this losers bracket set. Before we do that, of course, we're setting the players up, so we'll be right back with map number 2 right after this. Mountain R&D Lab will be map number 2 here in Tekka Dynasty versus Skill Issue. Went from a very pretty different map overall, so now it's time to see what they can do in the brawls.
Yeah, and I mean, when it came down to the Barbados versus Barbados, it wasn't a one-sided thing, right? Mikazuki was winning out some duels up against Chaotic, but it seems as we swap off onto Mountain R&D, we're going to see a few more flavors of what we got to see earlier out from Mafty. So Chaotic now swapping on over. He will be picking up the gym for his squad. And surprisingly enough, a robot, I don't know if he's going to stick with the gun tank instead of possibly being able to have the double flames. Never mind, Chaotic. Oh, heard exactly what we were saying, and he's going to be swapping off. But we'll see if we get the Marasai play actually coming out from SI.
Oh, and it looks like we are. I'm super excited. The Marasai changes really, you know, you can't one-shot combo people, but you pull with a much lower cooldown and you push people now with your E. So that's a very interesting change, and immediately off the bat, we're going to see just trades into trades into trades, and the first combo going off from Niel on that Marasai. Love to see it.
Yeah, he doesn't have any heals there, though, so unfortunately he will go down. St. Michael, I believe, was one of the first picks. Tekka Dynasty ends up winning out on that fight, and as the point unlocks here on B, I'll be the first team to capture that one and accrue progress. Chaotic is able to chase down Mikazuki with the help of the rest of his squad. And now there we go, Cameraman struggling to catch up with them because he is all of the map back on point B right now as we have the push coming out from Skill Issue, but it is instantly shut down. Chaotic getting that finish off onto Bonekel.
The only person that can follow Chaotic is Chaotic. We need to get Chaotic on the cams for the next tournament. But is a huge pick, of course. You really need the full team versus team match here. Oh, the pull all the way up to the top layer. I mean, maybe not quite the middle level right there, but the lower cooldown means that you can go for those really big risky pulls without worrying too much. It's down to like a 7-second cooldown or something, and those pulls in the coordinated team are going to be death. It just doesn't quite get the one shot afterwards.
Someone from Skill Issue almost snuck away some percentage points, but it will all 100% go the way of Tekka Dynasty. Instant transfers coming out. Mikazuki ends up winning out the duel against Chaotic, even though he had that knowledge information. Red Protocol has to be careful, though, as he eats that Ashmar grenade, falls back, does have the shields as well. For Skill Issue, though, they haven't been able to full regroup and knock them out of that high ground quite yet. Dark Confessor does get knocked to the ground, but will survive for the time being. And there it is, Red Protocol with the punch and the setup. He sets up his own pins to knock them all down.
Oh my gosh, not a single one of those kills was from the punch. They were all post-punch. That was incredible. And I mean, that we talk about it so much, how good Ashmar is on this level, because again, you not only do you get the punch off, but it knocks them all into that wall and CCs them, and then your team cleans up, or, you know, maybe just you clean up if your name is Red Protocol.
Chaotic does get spotted out here. He does have that Barbados G maneuver ready, funnels along with the Screaming Nimbus, but a huge pick off. Chaotic falls. Once again, though, St. Michael, excuse me, is the first one to fall on the Skill Issue side, and that is not what you want to see. You need to keep your healers up. So that's going to be an unfortunate slowdown on the push for Skill Issue. Tekka Dynasty still maintaining position here over A, and it looks like they will get complete progress. We're going over to B once again. Chaotic is here in the back line.
Oh, just barely getting away as usual. Chaotic, one of the most slippery Barbados players that exists in these tournaments, for sure. Probably one of the slippiest Barbados players in the entire world. It's probably without a question. Now, there are a ton of G maneuvers up on both sides. We're about to have 6 G maneuvers up on the side of Tekka Dynasty, although it's about to be 5 because this one's getting a lot of mileage. That is a ton of damage to about 3 or 4 different suits. They weren't quite able to follow it up, but even if they make the backup, that is going to be a nice delay as the site's about to open up.
Yeah, but it's Hawklight, though, that's finding additional value after all of that. Will finally go down as Moon picks him off. Still, though, despite that, Tekka Dynasty have more members on the point until Mikazuki gets in, takes out Asor with the help of Elfu on that Dom Trooper. Butterfly being utilized here, though, to clean things up, and it was still Tekka Dynasty that ended up taking that point. And so now Skill Issue needs to clean up the remnants, but they're not able to. Red Protocol, a robot, they're both here to finish things off. We know how strong the Gundam Unicorn can be here on the lower level. And as extra time ticks away, they just need to go ahead and finish off last remaining members of Skill Issue. And it took a little bit of time to clean up, but it looks like they will be able to do so. Skill Issue ends up losing out on round number 1. Tekka Dynasty were made to work for it, though.
That felt like that was going to end like 30 seconds ago. They just kept jumping on points over and over and over, just barely extending that time. It was like, oh, it's done. Oh, it's done. Oh, it's done. Oh, it's not done. It's not done. But I mean, hey, you got to do what you got to do to keep the game alive. And Skill Issue did a great job of that. But Tekka Dynasty now only needs one more round to advance in the losers bracket. And with the way they're playing, it's looking pretty assured. They had so many resources available at the end of that game. Oh my gosh, Red Protocol. Look at that damage. That's like double almost anybody else's damage. That is disgusting.
Yeah, absolutely insane what the Ashmars can do, and especially with how much space was created, right? He was not the one that's receiving the focus. I mean, so far, right, we're seeing Azor, of course, on the Sazabi being focused down. We're seeing Chaotic getting focused down as he's in the back line. And so that just allows him to get a lot more space and basically just do Ashmar stuff. I don't know if he's going to stick with this new, but if he does, I would be, excited to kind of see the exploration of it, but I fully expect him to swap off as the gate unlocks.
I expect that too, but I don't know. There's only 2 seconds left. This is actually a little bit scary. We are actually seeing the switch to the new Gundam. We've seen every suit but Mihiru today. There's only one left. If somebody plays Mihiru, we have literally seen them all. But this is super cool. I'm surprised it's such a switch when there was such a dominant match. And Hawklight's the first one to go down. So already Skill Impact fighting their way into this. But look how much they're bleeding. So much damage on every suit.
And really, that just kind of comes down to the difference in having that AoE. But despite all that, despite having, not really having the same kind of presence that you typically would, they do somehow wrench it away from Skill Issue. And point A unlocks, they will go ahead and take it. And we're not cursed with ACAC. We will be going back to B.
We got a lot of Bs this time around, actually. A little bit surprising, just with our strange curse of the ACAC curse. But right now, they've got to fight for A regardless. There's still tons of time left on it. And they are just getting AoE'd down so heavily down there. When you've got a team that has, Hawklight on it, and then actually, they got a little bit less AoE just because of the lack of the flame grenade with the switch from Red Protocol. But the rockets from a robot on the gun tank can do massive AoE damage too.
Yeah. And a lot of chip damage, right, with that gun tank as well. And he does have some tankiness to him with his abilities, but Skill Issue now try to push up. Again, this push is coming at such an awkward time. 8 seconds remaining. You might be able to get the team wipe, but you end up only getting like 2 or 3% if you win out the fight clean. They're not even able to do that. So Tekka Dynasty will get full percentage points. The repair as well coming out. No, it looks like he got sniped last second. So Red Protocol is going to have to take the walk of shame all the way to point B.
Yeah, that was a really heavy push. When I think that these teams, a lot of them are really used to it, but you just gotta really preemptively push towards the next point, especially on maps like this where it's so fast for the other team to do it. Just barely getting picked from the other side, and that's not going to be a full destroy too, so no chance at the repair. Right now, currently, the position is so good for Tekka Dynasty. Again, this is the final round that they need to move forward in the bracket, and Skill Issue just needs to hold on for dear life. They need to at least take a round right here, and then another round, and then game, and then, yeah, this is tough.
Oh boy, we got the Lancer online right now. No, you gotta be careful. Wait, never mind. It's Dark Infestor swapping on over to that Pale as Hawklight ends up cleaning one. It's a 2-for-2 exchange, though. Skill Issue still have some purchase on this fight, but you can see they're going to go ahead and back away from the Tekka Dynasty side. Here comes the flank out, and there it is. The home run from Mikazuki, swinging for the fences, picking off two, but he hasn't finished them off quite yet. Dark Investor is back on the point. Finally, Skill Issue are able to get some progress. It's at 4%, but it's that's really all that they're going to be able to get here, as Tekka Dynasty now should be setting up for point A.
We'll see how many of them have actually rotated over. We do see, of course, the Ashmar flying over and immediately getting picked by Hawklight. Probably a laser out of the air is what I have to guess, at least for most of the damage. But Mikazuki below, that could be huge. This might come down to another duel. Although I don't know who's going to win that one. This has been pretty 50-50 here. Chaotic at least going to, bait the grab from Moon. That looked like maybe intentional. It was a pretty far away slam into a backdash immediately.
Yeah, every G maneuver sounds like it's getting popped, but we still have a few in the back, as a robot does have his have his shuttle along with that chaotic Barbados G maneuver, but he's not even going to use it, as now they pushed forward off of that, and now he does get stunned up, but it does seem like he's going to be safe. And so with 4 G maneuvers online, the Screaming Nimbus, just the CC alone is going to be enough. He will pop it one last second to try and shut down Moon in the air. And the Moonlight Butterfly is going to find up too, but he still needs to get onto the point to try and deny this. But the Screaming Nimbus getting popped now from Tekka Dynasty to clean it all up. That's going to be the 2-0 sweep, both on this map and in the sets.
They are looking so good. And I mean, we saw that earlier, but they're just continuing to. I got to point out too, weirdest like kill feed message that I've seen. It said the butterfly kill on Core Fighter. It's like, oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, you love if somebody can snipe somebody out of the air, a butterfly out of the air with Core Fighter, that would be sick. And Listic actually just shared a Lancer out of the air, or Lancer being used to counter an aerial butterfly earlier, which was sick too. So we're finding all these different counters. That one didn't work out, but I love the idea of it. Regardless, Tekka Dynasty will be moving forward into our top 4 teams, at least guaranteed. And skill issue, well, they were looking good. They just weren't quite able to put it together. They were getting a lot of great picks, but they weren't able to fully, I think, just take advantage of it. And I gotta say, I love the Marsai pick. It was a lot of successful hooks, a lot of kills. It just not enough came from it overall. So I think it was working. I think the lowered cooldown on the hook is actually really strong in a coordinated play, but I'm excited to see if maybe more advantage can be taken from it.
Yeah, Melee ended up finding a lot of picks with that Marasai hook, and I love the fact that it is on a lower cooldown. You don't really have the same kind of oomph anymore, having that one-shot potential with the combo, but still, seeing how much value he's able to get off of it, if his team could have just survived a little bit longer. But you can see how space has been created basically by Chaotic consistently, even though he was giving his life for a lot of those kind of back angle plays, he was still creating space for his squad. So Melee, I liked what he did, but ultimately I don't know how well this is going to slot in the current meta right now with just how many shields are in play.
Well, yeah, we'll see for sure. But I'm glad that we got a chance to see it. I'm glad that we got a chance to see the new Gundam actually taking a win as well. Of course, that buffed walk speed while aiming is really huge. If you can track well, new Gundam moves really fast while you're ADSing, and it can be actually kind of tough to hit headshots in that strafing speed. But overall, now, like I said, we need one more suit to see every single suit in this tournament, and that's just Mihiru. And that's honestly, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more Mihiru, because that can be a really scary suit in a lot of defensive positions. But the fact that we've seen every other one, as far as I can tell, and almost every other one doing very well, is really sick to me. I am super in love with how the balance is currently, and I think a lot of people are really happy with it as well, especially with Hyperion not being like clearly broken right now. Like, it just seems like it fits in the meta really well. I'm enjoying watching this so much. I seriously can't explain it.
Yeah, I think it might come down to a little bit of our map pool, right? Because we do have a specific map pool, and 2 of the more popular ones that I think you would play Mahiru on are not in it. So maybe if we swap things around just a little bit, he might have an opportunity to see some light. It feels like it was maybe 2-3 tournaments ago. That was the last time we actually got to see a Mahiru in play.
Yeah, well, especially with some of the buffs, it was like really scary for a little bit, then it was weaker for a bit, now it's a little bit scary again for a bit, so we'll see if it ends up happening. But that does mean that we now have one of our top 4 teams set. That means the Tekka Dynasty will be taking on the winner of the other losers bracket match to see who will be moving forward into our day 2, as that will be, of course, our top 3. I think we're ready here for a break as we set up our next match. It looks like we are, so we're going to send it to that real quick while we set up our final match, I believe, of the day. So we'll see you then. Don't go anywhere.
couple of G maneuvers at the ready on the defensive side. The attackers have used up so many of theirs, though. I don't know if it's going to be able to get traded and countered out.
Almost every single team in any of these tournaments take that A point. It's inevitable, but so many teams have fallen at this particular choke.
Yeah, this is really where the game begins. A nice pick from Royal Fat Man, and the team is pushing on in.
Going to be tough for them to fully hold this. They move forward. Okay, this is going to be a huge delay at least. We're going to see 2 suits, 3, 4 suits, 5 suits taken down. Oh my gosh!
Killer Brothers also finding a heal. You can see on the left side, but Boot Diggle's trying to come in and trying to get the discharge, but here comes Jay Slay dropping down with the Sazabi. Heavy damage. Shield at the ready to not get taken out. It's going to be the Pale Rider as well, getting 3 kills in the kill feed to clear the area, defend the area.
That's actually incredible. They managed to get that disarm off. That was kind of a sneaky little option. This is also a tough one. You're so out in the open if you're trying to defuse here. Nice! The Hades gonna take down Fuerte, gonna take down Bone Skill, the Bone Kill. There are just so many. Yes, that is exactly what you want to get out of that G maneuver.
Want to overcommit onto that one. You don't want to get too antsy. You're like, oh, I have my G maneuver. I need to use it right now. That's an easy way to sort of throw a lead that you have away. But Invictus unlocks there as Hades takes down the opposing Gundam and swings down the lower side. Understands exactly where the attack is coming from. Finds the angles, finds the damage, and gets all of the kills. Even following up with the Hades. And you saw Killer Umbrellas on 6 HP with the Barbatos right in his face. But here it is going to be the Moonbeam G maneuver at the ready. This is such a strong position for it to be used, and it's the whole reason you could argue why this unit is picked. Not a lot of kills with it, but it's the damage and the DPS right now. But the angles aren't exactly there to be revealed. That's because they've been taking out so many members finally of IQ. IQ are falling away, and they're not even dying. They're just giving up this site, but Invictus wants to kill them, wants to take them out.
Take down 1, needs to get more than that. Jay Slay is going to take down Nox as well. That's their tank going down, but they just weren't able to get the more than even 1 kill with that Hades.
Yeah, the Red Road Protocol on the Ashamar is doing absolutely amazing work here. Takes very low, has to fall away, but is able to retreat to a position where a med pack is. Is also able to get the revive. No, Tilter is there to try and at least make it a full 1-for-1 trade. But now Red Protocol does finally Merle with the Screaming Nimbus, now waiting for the health pack to respawn for him to get that HP back up into territory that he can come back and approach. But Invictus here swinging on in with his Hades activated, dealing a lot of damage, doing a lot of work for skill issue. Someone to get onto the Mega Charge.
But going down without getting a chance to use it. But still only 4 seconds left, and there's just so much chasing. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get that pickup. The arm is going to go off just barely on B, but there's just too many people here. Gasman at 50%, trying to disarm, is going to get it off just barely in time. I'm something wrong with that, but I do think so. And they've switched completely. Yeah, there's so many different switches. The flexibility of this team, and there's the first sniper pick, Red Protocol, and 2 from Red Protocol. Killer Umbrellas.
Again, maybe temper your aggression just a little bit. But that's going to be Killer Umbrellas swinging around the Ashamar. Good aggressive maneuver, and then the Bone Kill as well.
It's again sniped out of the air, I think. Red Protocol, though, finally going down. However, there are just so many players down with 10 seconds left. We need to see somebody make it to the point, and I don't even know if anybody's close enough. Oh, the counter push is just going to add insult to injury, and that is going to be that.
LANFest is community. LANFest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANFest is gaming. Come join LANFest.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for the final match here at the Breakout Series Event number 3, where we are going to see Sotoras Esports take on Tekka Dynasty to see who will be our final team to make it into championship day number 2 alongside Mafty and Last Second.
Yeah, we get to see Tekka Dynasty again right after, I mean, this is basically the lower bracket run that we're following through. We'll see if they can secure that top 3 spot at the very least and play again tomorrow, or if this is the end of their run.
They've been doing so well, not just within this tournament, but the previous tournaments as well. Of course, getting second 2 tournaments ago, not being able to enter the previous tournament, but coming back even stronger this time. But I love to see this storyline, which we've actually seen quite a bit on these tournaments, where the 2 teams that lost in the winners semifinals to the 2 teams that are currently locked into day 2 are now playing for that final top 3 spot. So this is not a rematch of a match that we've seen before. This is not a run back. This is a totally fresh match between 2 different teams that both want their rematches, but only one of them can actually earn it.
Yeah, and with what we're seeing right now of coming out from the teams in the upper bracket, I mean, they won their matches in pretty convincing fashion. So it's going to be a difficult task, regardless of which team ends up securing this 3rd spot.
Like I said, I really want to see the Tekka Dynasty versus Last Second rematch. I loved that set. That one was super fun to watch. But also, we now don't know whether or not Sotoras will do really well against them or in their rematch up against Mafty. There's just really no way to know. And again, you know, I say it all the time. I'm really happy that every team is getting better, especially the teams like Sotoras that are sticking together consistently. Same thing with Tekka Dynasty, despite the fact they couldn't enter last time. There's a lot of the same players that we're seeing over and over, like, for example, like Dark and Fester, and they're really starting to gel even more as a team, and they're really finding their niche. And I really feel like with the changes in Season 3 and the addition of Hyperion, they've found their best spot so far, but their best spot so far might end up at a 4th place run if they can't overcome Sotoras Esports.
Yeah, for Sotoras, I mean, we didn't really get to see much of them. It was very unfortunate, you know, at their first match of the day, right? The bracket drew the bracket drew Mafty, and so we didn't really get to see that much. And so I feel like there's still so much more of them, and I feel like this is going to be an extremely close match.
Yeah, I could see that very much happening. But the fact that they made it all the way back, of course, through the losers bracket is huge. I do think we have the map picks and bans starting to become available. So let's see where we're going to go for our final match of the day. Of course, we're going to start off with the bans. And Tekka Dynasty has a pretty solid strategy overall. They're going to be starting off by banning Colony Trading Post. That can be a very chaotic spot. Looks like Sotoras doesn't want to go to Harbor City for the long-range fights.
Yeah, I feel like these are very familiar bans coming out from either side. It's gonna be Flak Fort. That's the first pickup from Tekka Dynasty. Very interesting coming out from them. And I'm glad that we are getting to finally see some more Flak Fort after the last event that I was able to cast, where I mean, I feel like maybe we only saw it once, if at all. Quarry will actually be the pick for Sotoras here.
This is feeling like a very early on map pick and ban list, you know, like Flag Ford and Quarry. What would be the last one? I feel like we're probably going to get Mountain R&D. No, we're not. Underground Command Center. Okay, so we're going to 0 domination missions throughout this entire thing. And even though we've been in some sets that haven't had domination, I think we've or sorry, they've had it in the map pool, I guess. It's usually the decider. This one, we're guaranteed to not go to that at all. It's going to be a lot of these mid-range. We've got the double destruction mission going on, and then of course the single point capture. So this is going to be, I feel like, a real, not like heavy, like one big push type of set. This is going to be kind of like a back and forth. These teams are going to be filling each other out. And like I mentioned, they haven't played each other in this tournament. So you do kind of want to take it a little bit slow, see how things go before you make your full commitments.
Yeah, and again, like we said, we didn't get to see that much out of Sotoras. There were only 2 maps, and it was one in convincing fashion coming out from, well, our tournament champion so far 2 times in a row, right? Coming out from Mafty. So it wasn't the best. It wasn't, I think the true showing of what Sotoras have in store for us. So I'm really excited about this match.
Me too. I mean, the fact that they made Mafty at least like bleed a little bit was a really good sign, because so far nobody's been able to do that. But of course, if they want to try it again, they're going to have to re-earn their spot. We're going to get this first map of our final set of the day set up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to jump right back into it when we get back. And we're jumping into Flak Fort, the first map of Sotoras versus Tekka, our final set of the day. It looks like we are going to start off with some pretty similar comps. However, I don't know if Chaotic's actually going to stay on this Gym Sniper. That would be a really interesting switch to see.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to basically play off of that, especially because really when you're trying to play the Gym Sniper, you're trying to find the picks on the bridges. No team plays on the bridges anymore. If they can afford him the space, possibly on the left side ramp, then maybe he can try to get some value off of there, but it's so hard to have that presence up there. We do have, it looks like the double tank setup though, so Dark Infestor and Azor might actually be able to buy that space with that tanking lineup.
We, of course, are going to see the Barbados on the other side coming out of Boondiggles. That is another, I guess, now signature Barbados player that we're seeing. One of those kind of loyalists, you could say. Chaotic will be switching back at the very last second. Of course, just controlling us a little bit. But we are actually going to see Azor popping out here with the Gym Sniper. I'm curious if we're going to see an attempt to pick and then a run back. No. Maybe? I'm actually not sure. I mean, this is a full push forward. This doesn't look like they're giving any sort of time for the switch. But that means they're not going to have that Sazabi to push in with. Oh, there we go. There is a switch, but that's kind of slow. Oh, just barely avoiding the maze.
Yeah, I mean, they did get that initial pick with his help, right? He got the body shot onto one. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get the finish off, and they were able to get the repair on the skill issue side, and now things are starting to fall apart for the defense. They've ended up losing out on 3 straight onto point. Is Tekka Dynasty now with coilovers, gets chased down. They do have to be careful here. Keiko will end up falling, it looks like, ultimately, as Red Protocol. He has been so aggressive in hunting down these staggers. 2 ticks coming in from Tekka Dynasty, and that's going to be all she wrote on the first half.
Red Protocol, such a monster today on multiple different suits, but I know we have a lot of Red Protocol fans in the chat. I can't even say it, and for very good reason. But that was a very quick take on point A, and now they got to get through the choke point. Luckily for skill issue, they are already in a great position to defend, at least in this kind of Z little choke point area.
Yeah, take a look at the difference between these Barbados right now, though. Remember, Chaotic ended up swapping off, and he already has more progress towards his G maneuver. And with that cleanup, they only lose out on Hoglite. 5 of them are going to push onto point. Ashmar, Red Protocol has that punch. We'll go ahead and make it out of dodge with 100 HP. But the rest of his squad is here. Dark Fester on that low ground with his team. Chaotic comes in, and that's the focus fire on to that member to take him out. They're going to try and get the repair. Nice body block coming out from Dark Investor to try and get that repair off. And Tekka Dynasty now on the verge of securing a second tick with almost no defense.
Oh my gosh, this is so fast. This has been one continuous push, and they're about to get, like we said, the second tick. They need to clear a few more players off of the point. They are taking a few losses, though. Dark Infestor and Robot both going down. This looks like this is going to be the push back. That's actually a great defensive hold to stop that. That was literally like less than a second away from getting that second tick, and now they're going to be able to push them back, hold on to the first tick, hopefully let that meter cool down a little bit, and retake their space.
Yeah, the difference, though, for Tekka Dynasty this time around, they'll have some more G maneuvers to play off of. The Screaming Nimbus is there for Hawklight, but with Red Protocol going down, we can't do anything off of it. And they're getting close to that Barbados G maneuver as well. So One Trick Tony has to be ready to respond to it. He does throw down that AoE, and there it is, the Barbados G maneuver. Chaotic coming up with 4, and they are instantly onto the point, dealing with one last member here. And that is going to be the enemy Barbados falling. The second tick will absolutely get secured along with the third skill issue. Need to just stop them from getting the full cap.
Oh my gosh, everybody knows that once they make a play, they can, oh no, oh, got caught on the wall. That's super unfortunate for Dark Infestor. Didn't get really the mileage out of it that they wanted, but they're still in such a good position here. They're just cleaning up so many different suits, and that is going to be the full capture. One big opportunity to fight back from skill issue, but they just weren't, oh, I'm sorry, not skill issue. It says SI on the top. It's Sotoras Esports, but they just weren't able to quite get it. I guess just, I don't know, hold that positioning, right? It was all down to them not being able to fight back at the Z choke point. There's no other good way to explain it, right? But if they can just hold that spot, they could hold for a really long time. I think this death ball kind of, I don't know, like team comp, it's not really a death ball, but like the double tank with the melee, it's just so aggressive. It's like a spearhead comp, I guess you could say, from Tekka Dynasty, and that has just been so strong at pushing through these choke points.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of that is really, if we're going to talk about, having a spear point head, well, the Lancer, right? With Dark Infestor and a lot of our Pale Rider players swapping on over to him, it's great because you get to see how much more initiative they get to take, how much less resources have to be put on to that consistent DPS of basically a hit scan, right? I'm sorry, I'm still taken aback by how small that unit is, but he's just able to play a lot more aggressive with it. We got to see it in the past, Tism doing it as well, but every single Hyperion player has been extremely aggressive. They're no longer having to sit far back like a Pale Rider would.
It's cool. Like it really plays for the aggressive. It plays well for the aggressive Pale Rider players, which definitely I think that's a good descriptor of Dark Infestor, who we've seen pretty much every single tournament so far, and that just seems to be really a suit that's clicking with him. Absolutely, but we do, of course, we stand our short kings here, and I love to see the Hyperion play really from everybody so far today.
Yeah, no presence, of course, from the defense here on the bridge. Chaotic looks like he is holding that high ground angle with Dark Infestor. He's going to be the one to peel. Benutez is able to get up. What? Just for free? Hello? What happened, Chaotic? You were supposed to help your boy out. Now Dark Infestor goes down, and this is going to be a free push for Sotoras.
Oh my gosh, Boondiggles is just destroying their entire team right here. Just getting these free picks. Nobody's even paying attention to them. This is just like, oh, yep, I know exactly how to maneuver around this building. I control the vertical space, and if you are not looking in my direction, I'm going to one-shot you, which is exactly what happened. Really great stuff. The Barbados play over the past few tournaments has been amazing.
Yeah, the Ashamar saving Chaotic at that point. Boondiggles. We gave him some flack on the last round because he was kind of struggling trying to find an opening, but here on the offense he has been doing so much more. You can see he's already 50% towards his G maneuver now. The point finally swapping on over. We're going over to B now, as we'll see if Sotoras can find an opening here. They're gonna have to do a dry though. Red Protocol on the other side. He's close to that punch, and if you want to, an initial G maneuver to utilize, that punch is extremely great. That's a 1-for-1 exchange though as the Exia goes down.
Oh yeah, Coilover's going down. It might be big here, but the fact that both the tanks now are gone on the side of Tekka Dynasty, I feel like that's going to mean that this is a huge push in. Even if they did lose a few members themselves on the side of Sotoras Esports, they're at least going to get this good positioning, right? Even if they don't make the full push into the point here, which it looks like they actually will, just winning that high ground positioning is gigantic because they have to push up through choke points now on the defensive side, and you do not want to do that.
Yeah, Dark Infestor 2v1 possibly? No, he actually had the backup of Hawklight there. He will ultimately go down, but that is the defense. Able to swat them down, force them back. Chaotic finding some on the retreat, finding a little bit more. No, never mind. He will go ahead and back away. So unfortunately for Sotoras, they were not able to get much at all. And so that's back to square one. They still have plenty of time though. 3 minutes and 40 seconds as Chaotic tries to go in. Again, it's kind of like fishing with a spear.
Yeah, that is pretty true, honestly. It's just, you just got to get that one big pick, but oh, this is a huge choke point here, and that was actually a good amount of damage that did get healed up, but that is a huge punch. That is 3 or maybe 4 units hit by that punch, and that is going to set them back an entire push. Beautiful, beautiful stuff there. That's all you need. That was the perfect time to save that for. We've seen so many Ashmars, even the good ones, use the punch in situations where it was a little bit too early or just hold on to it a little bit too long. That one was just optimal.
And really unfortunately for Sotoras, I believe they used the punch themselves, so that was an opening that they were trying to utilize, but they will have the Gundam Unicorn G maneuver along with that Barbados. We'll see if they can value. Royal Fat Man ends up finding one. There's a second with that Unicorn G maneuver, but it's still Chaotic in the back line. Finding some value for his squad. Trans Am has been popped for coilovers as well. And Sotoras are actually spending a lot into this, but they still haven't cleared out the point. Finally, they will send them back as they try to chase after the rest of the members of Tekka Dynasty. They back away just in time as that Trans Am goes down. Royal Fat Man with another pick onto Hawklight as well. That's the second tick coming in for Sotoras.
Oh, we do have some really nice G maneuvers available here. They kind of doubled up on their targets. I don't know if they're going to get as much damage as they want. They are at least going to push a lot of the members of TKD into a little corner where they can be AoE down, but they weren't able to get any kills really with that double G maneuver. Okay, finally Boondiggle's coming out, getting some great picks, but they might not be able to even get this third tick with a great cleanup from Dark Infestor once again.
Yeah, now things are looking so troubling because Sotoras ended up basically using all of their G maneuvers for that push. And we'll come down to the punch, and it's really unfortunate that for Royal Fat Man, he's kind of been, out of sync in terms of G maneuvers, right? Like when his team has it, he doesn't have his, so they haven't been able to quite coordinate the way they want around it. We'll see though. He is going to be basically the playmaker for his squad with that G maneuver available. We'll see if he finds an angle to get in there, but it's going to be so difficult, especially on the other side. There are so many G maneuvers available for TKD.
Yeah, and some really tough ones to get past D, like I guess on the offense too, you know. Just one Screaming Nimbus can hold off nearly an entire push on this map, or it can knock people off if they're trying to extend to that overtime, which very well might actually happen. On the other side, we've seen Dark Infestor literally win multiple rounds with really strong G maneuvers coming out of that Hyperion. So this is not an easy spot for Sotoras Esports. They've got to push in with 45 seconds left. They are already taking quite a bit of damage from that flame grenade on the side of Red Protocol, and here's their final push, but let's see, G maneuver to G maneuver, I'm sure.
Boondiggles does end up taking out Dark Infestor, but it doesn't matter. There's the Screaming Nimbus. We're talking about value that you can get off of G maneuvers, and that's just it. That's all they needed. It was only the Screaming Nimbus that they ended up using here. So now for the hold, they're gonna have the funnels, they're gonna have the Lancer, and if they need to, the Ashmar Punch. I mean, it's kind of like a mini Screaming Nimbus, right? It doesn't go quite as far.
But at the very minimum, it can stun somebody who's trying to get on point. At this point, they've only got 10 seconds left, but there we go. Gonna at least knock two suits back, get them away from the point with only 4 seconds left. I don't know if anybody's gonna be close enough to get that extended time. Wait, they are, and they get the second tick. Even if they lose here, getting that second tick. Oh no, they already had the second tick. They needed the third tick. Oh, and they do get cleaned up. I was a little bit mistaken there, but great usages of that G maneuver. Really, all the G maneuvers at the end from Tekka Dynasty, and that is going to, at the very minimum, give them game number 1 here in this losers semifinal set.
No surprise whatsoever, seeing, of course, the MVP of the day. So often it is going to be that Dom Trooper. They're just able to dish out so much damage, especially now that we've kind of fallen back, like you said, a quasi-brawl meta, quasi-death ball, right? And when you're death balled, well, that's what Dom Trooper loves, getting so much splash damage.
Yeah, the choke points on this map are also very good, in my opinion, for a lot of the same tools that we see doing really well in Mountain R&D, or, you know, the splash damage from Dom, the flame grenades from Ashamar, the punch from Ashamar. Obviously, we've seen a ton of great punches on this level in particular. So I feel like a lot of the ranges are kind of similar as far as what you want to use. So we see the same types of players. Like Red Protocol did an amazing job this game. Dark Infestor, like I said, seems to be really popping off. Between Dark Infestor and Enders in particular, we've seen some really strong Hyperion play so far today, and the team just seems like it works so well on that map. But I felt like that was a pretty strong showing from Tekka Dynasty in particular. Sotoras they did well, you know, they didn't go down without a fight. They got the 2 ticks on the final points, but they just weren't able to make it all happen. Now they are going to have one more match to be able to, at least one more match to be able to defend themselves. They got to make it happen though. We're going to get that set up and we'll jump into potentially our final game of the day, or a second final, right after this. Sotoras Esports life is on the line here as they have one more chance on Quarry to get back into this set. Otherwise, they will fall at 4th place. But with a pretty close showing in the previous game, I think they stand an absolute chance. However, TKD will be starting out on the offense, and with their spearhead comp, which is what I'm going to call it from here on out, it's going to be tough to stop them.
The mission is about to begin.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to tell, like, exactly, you know, what's making everything work for TKD at this point, because so many different players have had their moments, right? Chaotic, Dark, and Fester, along with Azor and Red Protocol, all of them have been popping off at different moments throughout the day, so it's really hard to try and indicate exactly what's making them succeed. For Sotoras Esports on the other side, we're seeing them kind of almost match them in a lot of the regards when it comes to the mirror matchups. You know, Boondiggles versus Chaotic, it's been going back and forth. I think some of it might come down to kind of the differences between possibly Hawklight versus Garma right now, because Hawklight has been getting a lot of value on this Dom. We're not seeing the same kind of presence, though, from Garma Zabi on the Sotoras side.
At the very minimum, I think the biggest thing so far has been G maneuvers and just the management of G maneuvers. Every time that Tekka Dynasty has needed them, it's been there, and they've gotten a lot of mileage out of it. We've seen a few from Sotoras fall off a little bit early, but we'll see if that happens in this match. Chaotic's already going to be holding that right side behind the wall, ready for that jump over, and I assume defensively we're going to see a similar thing on the other side from Boondiggles, who actually already got quite a bit of damage on him.
Yeah, and also we do have a gym. We got to see it earlier on in the day, and Sotoras will be picking that one out. Excuse me, yeah, Sotoras will be picking that one out. You got to be careful with the double burn, but Hawklight ends up finding the first knock. That's going to be Boondiggles going down. TKD having no problem whatsoever on this waypoint fight. They're not even going to push up yet. They're going to go ahead and clear out all their angles just in case before they go ahead and secure that one for themselves. Now TKD, what's their choice? Are they going to go for A or B on this plant?
I think B is going to work so well for them, to be honest. But oh my gosh, what focus fire right there. A great way to take down a sword, but gets picked back up. The repair is very quick, and then sword immediately gets back in, taking down another player. Oh, the attempt to shield into the plant isn't working. We saw the opposite attempt there earlier, and that didn't work quite as well either. It's not going to be as good as the new Gundam G maneuver into it.
They still have the B site, though, and the Mega Charge eventually will go down there. It looked like they kind of, I don't know, pulled off that plant for just a second. But this is so incredibly strong. Chaotic, he's going to be the main controller for this fight. You can see a Rollup playing outside, doesn't want to get caught up in the duels up against the Barbados and, you know, be casualty for that. Now, we do have Hawklight end up going down, but where are the members of Sotoras here for this defense? They need to get start making some presence known, but they're losing out on players. One Trick Tony going down. They do end up finding a Sora at the very least, but they still need to make a full concerted 6-man effort because, again, you're going to have to deal with a Barbados who can just absolutely demolish you if you try to go for that plant.
Ooh, and Chaotic going down, getting focused. A strange punch right there, and that actually might really hurt the side of Sotoras. The fact that they just completely wasted that punch. And again, I mentioned this before, I think it really comes down a lot to G maneuvers between these two teams. Right now, Red Protocol is going to get downed, but I love that immediate dash backwards. Even if you know you're going to die, you can try to die in a safer place. And that is the sign of a really strong player. And that's going to be the first site going down. We're moving on immediately to the second one. And this is looking like a great push, as usual, from Tekka Dynasty.
Very unfortunate there for Boondiggles to actually get caught on that retreat, and it looked like he just got that forward spawn, unfortunately. Now, as Chaotic tries to get into the back, he ends up losing out on that duel versus Garma, and now things are looking a little bit good for Sotoras here. But hey, TKD, they're right on the point. Armor gun as well to get that plant, and that will be B. There it is, the Screaming Nimbus. You just saw too many members ahead of him. He had to actually go ahead and use that one, and they're gonna go ahead and convert that onto some progress onto that Mega Charge. They still have plenty to work with in the back pocket. They've got Dark and Fester. He's gonna have that Lancer. We've got the funnels as well. And so they can kind of chain those for the next 40 seconds.
And you were talking about, too, the difference between how much basically Hawklight has been getting off and on the other side, Garmazabi. Not to say that Garmazabi is not playing well, but Hawklight is just truly exceptional. Just constantly just hitting amazing G maneuvers, doing tons of damage, just solo, just everything about Hawklight. Definitely one of the MVPs of the tournament so far, and that is going to be a full defense. There's a little bit of a sneaky plant here, or at least an attempt to sneak a plant at A to pull everybody back. It did look like there wasn't a full commitment, but that was a great hold so far from Sotoras.
Chaotic with the G maneuver, though. That's going to be a 4K for him. Hawklight just to try and steal away the hexa kill, as he will go ahead and get that plant down. Not quite where you want it, especially if you want to really play around your Barbados. It's going to excel a lot more on the bottom A site, but it still works here, especially if you can find people that are just absolutely isolated like that. KHO going down. Royal Fatman, though, now here on the Pale Rider, has to deal with the Ashmore in the back. The Hades has been popped, but the punch will go ahead and put a stop to that. Still, though, we have Sotoras answering back. They still need to clean up and try and go for that defuse, though. It looks like someone is on it now.
And they should get it. Yeah, they are going to get it. Really great hold so far on this second set of bomb sites from Sotoras. It seems like once they've stopped the momentum of this ridiculous push that Tekka Dynasty has been doing in a lot of their sets, they have been able to find a lot more of a foothold. And there's a little bit of a duel down there. It looks like the health pack's going to go to KHO and give that bit of advantage. But they just need to just continue holding like they have been. 2 minutes is actually not that much time overall, especially on this site where you can get team wiped and split up very easily.
Yeah, and a minute at that time, of course. You gotta defend if you get it down early. Now here we go. Yeah, KHO, he does have that Lancer ready, it does seem, and it's gonna be followed up by Boondoggles. He's got the G maneuver as well, so two really strong ones in tow for the defense now. Tekka Dynasty basically on a full reset. It's all gonna come down to Hawklight. He's 10% away from having that Screaming Nimbus.
And we did see the, oh, wait a minute, here we go. This is huge. How many can you get? 3, 4? Wait, no, that was just the 3. That was just 3. We got to see them again. But that was a huge push back to the waypoint, back to the relay. There's so many members of TKD that are low. This is going to be probably a reverse wipe, and they're taking the relay all the way back. Great stuff. That is exactly how you want to see that G maneuver used. When you cannot escape it, which is literally that little Death Valley right there. We've seen so many G maneuvers do great in there. That is a perfect spot to use it.
Oh no, it seems like Hawklight actually used his G maneuver in that last fight. He must have gone down basically instantly right after he popped it. So now they basically have no tools for this offense. They did get 63.7%, of course, on that plant, but now here they have to go in. Chaotic is going to be one of the closer ones. Red Protocol also close to that punch, but I don't know if those are the tools that you want. Boondoggles is able to find that flank, and he's even got the G maneuver to finish things off. There's only 30 seconds remaining for TKD.
Oh, doesn't quite get the slam. Oh, no, does get the slam on a Sor. Then that's going to be huge. I feel like this is going to be a really tough ask from the side of TKD to actually fully plant this. They've lost too many members. Somebody needs to sneak it, but there's just such good coverage, and Boondoggles in particular has taken out about half the team during this final push without even using that G maneuver. 10 seconds left. I almost feel like you should just use it as soon as you see somebody just to confirm it. But on the other side, they've only got the punch, and that's probably not going to be enough. Final push here, but somebody needs to get on the bomb.
Yeah, Red Protocol actually finds 2. They need to start planting here, and they need to commit onto it. They do have Boondoggles, though, popping that G maneuver, and unfortunately doesn't really get much off of it, as it looks like they will go ahead and secure that defense. Sotoras Esports, things looked a little bit iffy for them after that first waypoint fight at the beginning of the round, but they did end up establish a foothold for themselves here in the second half of the map.
I feel like they've really found their footing. It's a term I used before, but it's true. It seems like when you fight against Tekka Dynasty, they're just so offensively strong that you're like, whoa, what is going on? You're like, hold on a second. And luckily, just in time, it seems like Sotoras has found maybe not their true answer, but at least a good way to fight back. They managed to stop the second plant. But now they have to be on the offense themselves, which is going to be a whole different story against a team like Tekka Dynasties. I'm not sure exactly what their comp's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see so many different looks from all these players, right? So we do. I think it's very indicative, though, for TKD, the fact that they have Chaotic in, and then him sticking to Barbados, no question whatsoever. Dark Infestor does have, of course, some more that he can draw upon if he wants to go back and play more towards his roots, he can. But right now, I think this is basically the look that everyone wants to try and run with. I really like it a lot, especially kind of swapping out the Pale Rider. We had a lot of Pale Rider domination, and seeing the Hyperion Gundam coming in and immediately having a huge effect on the meta, it's really fun to see.
Yeah, just off the bat, and without being like dominant in the meta either. It's not like we're seeing like one suit that's suddenly like everybody has to use it. The entire game's based around them. It's just like, okay, this adds a lot to a lot of teams. It lets people play a little bit more flexibly. Really, really enjoying seeing it. But how will it work defensively? Probably pretty well, but we'll see where the first push goes. Seems like we are probably going to just hold behind the box like usual on the defensive side. Nothing too special.
Yeah, and we got to see some great play coming out from Chaotic the last time we were on Quarry, just controlling that high ground. But as soon as I say that, Boondiggles ends up winning out on that duel, taking him out now. Royal Fatman charges forward with his squad as Boondiggles tries to jump in to find more targets, but you can see TKD instantly give that one up. They don't want to stagger too hard, but they're getting chased down.
Ooh, One Trick Tony just barely alive, pulling up that shield just in case anybody throws out any pot shots. But this is looking like, honestly, a great push overall from Sotoras. Oh, but they get picked twice. Boondiggles and Garma both getting picked. However, Garma getting picked back up. So there is a chance potentially to plant here. They did knock down Hawklight at least as well. They're kind of splitting between two different sites, though, so I'm not sure if they're going to get that sort of full team wipe that they need.
Yeah, I mean, it's more like splitting apart your defenses, right? We see this quite often where teams will kind of maybe send 2 members, 3 members on over towards either site to kind of maximize their chances at least getting a plant down. And there it is, the Mega Charge going down onto point A. We'll see, though, if Sotoras can try and defend this one, but Tekka Dynasty finding a lot of value here. Sword cleaning up one and getting the res onto a robot. They're just making sure that they're clearing out all their angles. You can see the threat of Boondiggles is up here, but the Ashmar punch go ahead and shut that one down so they can get the Mega Charge defuse.
Ooh, I like being able to see that high angle right there. Just see the attempt from Boondiggles to get that little pick on whoever was defusing, but they knew. They had a great sense of awareness there, maybe even just hearing the footsteps, and they were not allowing that to happen. So now it looks like we're going to see a coordinated push over towards B. Ooh, nice hyper hammer snipe.
It was unfortunate that there weren't more members here, or he would have instantly been funneled down. Now Keicho going for the chase. He runs into a Suzabi. That's going to be a Sor on the other side. One Trick Tony now trying to go aggressive. The Hyper Hammer doesn't even need it. Never mind. Hawklight is here. He ends up picking up 2.
Oh, look at that. That's actually potentially a lot of pickups right there. I saw a lot of like downed suits, but there wasn't a lot of confirmed kills, but there we go too. I mean, hey, you get the team kill. It almost doesn't matter how many are up. This is going to be a full reset. And oh wow, those mines are gonna hit actually. Those mines were like right there, like a step forward, and that would have been enough. Oh, this is such a great place to defend with Dom.
Ooh, he had to be careful. He had 6 members of Sotoras actually swinging him there. Somehow he survives. Sotoras do push up on the high ground, and Lao looks like they want to try and make a push for A, but they ended up losing out on the stragglers in the back. Boondiggles, though, trying his best on this Barbados to find himself some value, but he's getting chased down. 195 HP and a dream. Really can't get anything here, so it's only him and Tony, and really it was Tony that needed that health pack. But hey, you know what, he's gonna go ahead and pick that one up. So Taurus now basically down to one final push here, 1 minute and 22 seconds. But on the other side, they have to deal with so many defensive G maneuvers, almost everything online for Tekka Dynasty.
They pushed so well into that first waypoint, but the relay was just not able to give them the positioning they needed. And here we go. This is a chance. They've got a good amount of people, and the G maneuvers popping off on B. This looks like this could be a plant, especially with Garmazabi just knocking around so many different members of the other team. But they're not even taking the chance to plant there. There's just too many resources coming in from Tekka Dynasty. They haven't even used their G maneuvers, and all 6 of them are available.
That was 3 G maneuvers being utilized by Sotoras Esports, and they got almost nothing off of that. There was maybe 1 kill, 2 kills, but that was instantly repaired as well. The Mega Charge, though, does go down for Sotoras Esports. We'll see if they have anything in the tank, really. Honestly, they don't, but we do have the Screaming Nimbus now coming out from TKD to try and clean up, as the Barbados G maneuver will be utilized, but he ends up getting cleaned out. And now Tekka Dynasty, they're gonna have the funnels, they're gonna have that Lancer just to buy space for the Mega Charge defuse if they need it. No, they're gonna be able to do that cleanly and hold on to 4 G maneuvers for the final 10 seconds of this map.
And Chaotic is going to be popping his, and that is going to take down 2 players on the side of Sotoras Esports. There's the Lancer. This is almost a full team kill, and there it is. And that is going to guarantee the win in this round, in the set, and it's going to push Team Tekka Dynasty towards our top 3 tomorrow to join Mafty and Last Second.
Man, incredible play there. And I really do want to call out like the fact that Tekka Dynasty, you know, we see a lot of teams typically kind of stick around way too long when it comes to that waypoint fight. But as soon as they ended up losing out on Chaotic, they gave it up. They backed away, so they didn't get staggered. They could have tried to fight for the waypoint and maybe burn some time. But in that regard, you know, you leave an opening at that point for Sotoras Esports to come in and get a plant, and now you're playing on the back foot. But instead, they made sure that, hey, we lost Chaotic, let's back away, give this one up, and then regroup as a full 6-man and just put on an amazing defense.
I totally agree with you on that. It's really the like bend but don't break strategy, and we see that out of Mafty in particular. And I do agree with you. I think that Tekka has been showing that they are so good at doing that as well. I think a lot of that comes with the confidence that you know that your teammates are going to back you up in a choice to back up, right? And it shows when you have teams that it looks like they're winning, it looks like they get a great push, but then suddenly the defensive team bounces back, and that's what we see from Mafty all the time. It's what we've been seeing from Tekka. And it is just a sign that these players are gelling together and improving so well. I'm really glad that Tekka is in our top 3, of course, tomorrow. But Sotoras Esports, they played extremely well. They didn't get shut out by any means there. You know, they managed to defend very, very well. They were almost there on the plant, but overall, it was just really great stuff.
Yeah, amazing play coming out from them. Glad that they are moving forward. And big question of, you know, where Sotoras stands. I honestly think, you know, they still have a lot of room for improvement, but we saw some great things for them. And so I'm looking forward to our next event when they're going to be competing again, because like we always say, we are seeing teams just consistently, exponentially get better. So it's only up from here for them.
It is, and we can see our bracket now to see where everybody landed overall in the day. Of course, we do know for a fact tomorrow is going to be start off with Mafty versus Last Seconds, 2 incredible teams that are going to be in our winners finals. On the bottom side, we are going to have Tekka Dynasty, who did make second from a 3rd place lower finals spots, a lower bracket spots before, so they could definitely do it again, but they are looking stronger than ever as well. And then we have Sotoras making it out at 4th. The unfortunate Portland Burnsiders Deathsiders mirror ended up happening, but Portland Burnsiders made it out on top there, tying for 5th with skill issue, and then Iron-Blooded Orangutans and the Deathsiders making out at 8th. And I do believe we had Allies coming out at 9th, which is a little bit earlier than this bracket, than our top 8 bracket. But overall, the showings from every team have been looking really good. We had some dominance from Mafty over the past few tournaments, and I think we still had some dominance today, but I feel like the level of play of all of the other teams aside from Mafty has been looking incredible today, maybe better than it ever has.
Again, I mean, when you're at the top, of course, like eventually everyone else has to rise up to you, right? There has to be some sort of limit. I don't know if Mafty have reached it because they haven't been challenged that hard quite yet, but eventually you are going to reach it, and that's going to allow other people to catch up. So hopefully tomorrow we get to see some close matches, even though today was largely 2-0s. I think we might actually get to see a really good lower bracket at the very least.
I completely agree. And that is, of course, going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow and 11 a.m. Pacific, the same time that we started today. As usual, we'll be having our top 3 teams battle out to see who will be the champion, who will take home the most amount of points towards qualifying and getting the best seeding in the Pilot Academy, the official Pilot Academy League. So you're definitely going to not want to miss that. I think this is one of the best top 3s that we are going to potentially ever have. And I'm not just saying that because it's hype. I truly do believe that, especially with whoever fights in that losers finals match. But is there anything else that you'd like to say before we close out for the day, Jamerson?
No, I'm just extremely happy about what we were able to see today. The immediate splash that Hyperion has had. You know, not very few units have had that kind of splash upon release or being able to play right in competitive, right? When Zaku 2 Melee came out of the competitive quarantine, not the same kind of splash. New Gundam got introduced, not the same kind of splash. This is a completely different unit. I absolutely love seeing the play coming out from all of our Hyperion players today.
Yeah, and again, a splash without being like too much of a splash, right? You don't want to cause a tidal wave. It just needs to be the perfect level of splash, and Hyperion for sure hit that. So once again, huge thank you to every single team that didn't make it to tomorrow. We're all still super happy that you played, and hopefully you enjoyed your experience, and hopefully you'll be back for the next one. Of course, we've got a few different tournaments coming up. I know there's a different non-Gundam Evolution New Type League tournament coming up in, I think, a week or 2 weeks, and that's going to be part of the Pilot Academy as well. So I'm sure you can do, I think it's ! Pilot Academy in chat, or maybe Craze will do it, but be sure to check that out. And of course, before any of that happens, be sure to tune in tomorrow. I'll say it once again, 2 p.m. Pacific, or sorry, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, right on this channel. We're going to see our top 3 teams play it out. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you all there. See you tomorrow.
Can you feel it?